for our institutions. If you play in the FCS, you're going to be in the hole.
And you're talking about the magnitude of $1 million+ to literally paying money.
Paying to play in the FCS.
Right.
So $1 million versus $0
Right,
at negative.
exactly. And so, and not only financially, the good part with the conference is we have a shared model. So it's not only beneficial for the institution who's participating, but for all of the institutions.
Great point. Yeah.
The pageantry, the culture, the homecoming that you're going to get from being in the Celebration Bowl, you're not going to get that at the FCS. And the enrollment that comes up, we're playing on ABC. You can't get the marketing that you can. You can't pay for that. That you're not going to get that at the FCS. So it's very important that we continue supporting the Celebration Bowl. This is a way that we are celebrating everybody. Everybody comes together. No matter what school that you went to, the Celebration Bowl is the one. I think this is the first year that I think majority of our schools got their suite. It's like talking with one of the alumni. We want to make sure that this is a place for our alumni
gathering spot to come.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a great way to really
it's huge.
build
for
that.
The student athlete,
I like
student
that.
athlete experience that you're not gonna get.
Wow.
Drum major Mickey at the FCS. You're not going to get that type of thing or experience the eye-opening of being in Atlanta, the lights and the glamour. You're not going to get that at that level. So I think this is great for our students.
One of the unique things, and I'll jump over there because I see you have a follow-up question. One of the unique things that creates the synergy, I would say, with the Cricket Celebration Bowl is the fact that you have two major FCS Division I HBCU conferences, if you would, that face off. Has there been any thought to seek a way to do that in other sports, particularly in terms of maybe during the regular season? A little more particular matchups from the conference office. I know independent schools can do it, but from the conference office, you open it up, but maybe some non-conference games through the season, or even more importantly, maybe through basketball, men's and women's, where you see some specific matchups that have a basketball MEAC/SWAC type challenge for.
Yeah, I see that in our future. I think with the HBAC, the Historically Black Athletic Conferences, us working together, taking back the HBCU name from third-party promoters, that we can do ourselves. This is what we do. And that the funding goes directly back to our institutions. So I see, particularly, I think probably the first thing would probably be men's and women's basketball. I can see that in the near future of doing something, if not on the back end, but more so maybe on the front end, like we do the MEAC/SWAC Challenge.
When you say in the future, you say near future, couple of years, 2, 3,
I would think within
or
the
5?
next couple of years.
Okay. Go ahead, Joe.
And
awesome to hear.
Yeah, it kind of dovetails into my question because I know coming in, you had the long range strategic planning with regards to the conference that dates 22 to 2027. Where are we within that regards in terms of where the MEAC is positioned in itself long range?
Yeah, I think, and actually we just had our meetings and, we do our test of where we are at this point, and we're moving really, really good. One of the things when we talk about mental health, that's one of our major things from our strategic plan. We had a symposium for our student athletes, for our administrators. We're continuing to have a partnership with Gateway Services, who provides 24/7 resources for our students and our administrators during the basketball tournament. And then we have mental health professionals at the ready at our other championships. The other thing is the exposure, having the countdown to kickoff show. Getting our more awareness on a national platform, being with that, being on ESPN Plus, our games, being on participating in the Legacy Classic, on TNT.
That's good. I plan to get there this year.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I touched Michael B. Jordan's hands. Yeah, I did. So that's part of it, and then let's see what else we've done. Improving the student athlete experience. One of the things for the championships, we did the BBT awards, at the basketball tournament, and just doing it like the ESPYs, and the students really, really enjoyed that. So we want to be able to continue to do stuff like that for our students. And then, of course, looking for expansion, being very strategic about who we're looking at, potential members who want to accent us athletically and academically. So I think we're moving at a really good pace. We got 3 more years, and I think
awesome.
24. Yeah, 3 more years, and I think we're moving really well. The foundation of getting that together, especially with Wells Fargo getting our $100K first major donation into the foundation to help bring back more sports back, bring back men's and women's golf, bring back baseball to the conference. So this is what we're working on, so that we're more in line with what's going on in our strategic long-range plan.
Last question here, because they're telling us that we got to wrap up, because we could talk to you.
I know.
But we're going to be fair to everybody else. So that's the game, and you have to be fair as well, and we don't want to be the ones that get you in trouble. So we're going to follow rules.
I'm the commissioner. I do what I want.
Well, how about that? Exactly.
And not the first
I'm
time.
saying it right now, but maybe they're pulling me later.
Exactly. Since we're talking about broadcast television deals and the plan, where are we at with that? Because it's my understanding that is being significant, and at some point that's coming to a head in regards to new contracts or additional contracts. Can you at least kind of frame a time frame of what that looks like?
Sure. Actually, we're our contract with ESPN ends in 2025. Okay. And so right now we have secured Leona Marketing to shop our multimedia rights.
Okay.
I think it's opportunity to really, really look at what the market looks like. We know
it's a good
that
time.
the HBCU value is high, and so we are really looking to get into it like right now. I think right now we're looking at talking with the members about what success really looks like, not only for the conference, but what does it look like for your institution, so that when we actually go out to market, that everybody's going to be happy. Well, no, nobody's going to be happy with it.
Correct.
Everything. But,
the key stakeholders should be happy,
Yeah, so it'll be good for not only the conference, but as the institution itself. We know that we have to look at the way technology, streaming, the different platforms that weren't available back then, how can we really, really maximize the conference and our institution? So I'm really, really excited to see what they're going to come up with and present to us. Carrie Davis, who is the athletic director from Howard, is actually the chair of our television committee, and with his background, formerly worked for HBO. I feel confident that we're really going to have a great package.
Oh, that's good to hear.
That's awesome.
Great to hear.
Yeah.
Well, that'll do it for us. I know our time's up, and we'll let you move on. So, again, you heard it first here from the MEAC Commissioner.
Probably
Madam
have 100
Sonia
more questions.
Spiels. We'll call you up, and afterwards we'll get in the corner and be able to pick your brains on some stuff.
Let's do it. All right. Thanks, guys.
Sure thing.
Thank you for your time. Continue the great work. With that, let's get into our first break. We'll come back on the other side and get into some more talk of the Cricket Celebration Bowl between the Bison, Howard Bison of the MEAC, champions winner coming out, versus the FAMU Rattlers of the SWAC. We'll be right back. We're still moving through process, so let me look at it a little bit. Here on Radio Row, you see it's grown. We were one of the first ones in there, what that looks like. So with that being said, let's go to our first break. We'll come back on the other side and get into some more dialogue.
As technology continues to bring changes to the world of education, it's time we also reimagine teacher professional development. Gone are the days of one-size-fits-all learning that can only be accessed at a specific time and place. The Stride PD Center is an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that allow educators to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. The best professional development plans are those that include a level of flexibility and choice for educators. Whether you're a teacher, school, or district, visit us today to take charge of your learning.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Nope.
Come on, him?
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
At CD, compress the analytic data with your hip hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they wanna lose, and who the ball. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gon' teach a lesson.
This is Dr. Cavil inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington. He's out on assignment, but we have none other than Charles Bishop. We're here with the Howard University AD, Kerry Davis. Mr. Davis.
Doc,
it's good to see you again.
How you doing?
Man, you wearing it well. The Howard Bison, it looks good on you.
I appreciate that, man. Listen, this has been a journey of love for us, man. It's some people have called this a renaissance, but here's what I call it. I'm calling this, we're starting to be who we say we are.
Okay,
beautiful.
Okay.
That's even better.
That's what we have to do. When we started with this program, with this vision, the vision was, we wanted to make sure the academics of our athletic program match the academic excellence of the university.
Sure.
Once we got that in place, then we could say, okay, we're this great academic institution. Now do you want to come play sports for us? You want to come play football, basketball, whatever it is. But you can't do that if the football team is under academic probation.
Sure.
You can't do that if the basketball team you can't do that. So my thing was, for the first 2 or 3 years, don't talk to me about who the athlete is. Talk to me about who the student is.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Let's have our base be, great students.
Yeah.
Level up.
Then we can then talk about, okay, now
That's
how
awesome.
do we get good in terms of track and field, basketball, football, whatever it is.
Well, that actually brings an interesting question, because you bring a varied array of skills into this job, and I was curious, how has that transition been in terms of becoming athletic director at Howard, and the varied skill set that you have in terms of bringing that to the job? Like, what has that been like for you?
I was talking to my aunt the other day, and she asked me something very similar. And 2 skills, and they're very varied, have really helped me in this transition. The first was being in the corporate world, being at HBO for 17 years, right? Understanding that big corporations are politics, right?
Wow.
It's not just to do a great job, but you also have to let it be known that you're the person who's responsible for that great thing happening. That's how you move up the corporate ladder.
Okay.
Right? Whereas beforehand, and most people don't know that, I worked for a black television production company, where we produced musicals like Mama I Want to Sing and Joe Turner's Come and Gone on Broadway.
Yeah,
and,
I know.
we did a lot of things in the entertainment world.
Sure.
A lot of music stuff, represented a lot of music artists. And but the mentality there was completely different. It was, we got to eat what we kill. Right? It doesn't matter who gets the credit for bringing so and so to the inside the production, or like, it's an all we thing,
Sure.
right? And so it's a combination of those 2 things that I came to Howard with. Hey, this is a team effort. We all here got to eat what we kill. No one, I don't care who gets the gold star, right? We have to do that, but we also have to play the politics of how do we make sure that we excel in our little area, right, so as to other people on campus recognizing that athletics is an important part of the Howard experience.
Wow.
Right? We don't want people to think about Howard being a hobby any longer, right? We talk, I would go out those first few years when I go out and I would talk about our athletic programs to our alumni. I would say, we came in second place here, and we did this here, and did this here, right? And then I said, and we have a 3.4 GPA, and then everybody would stand up. So now we need them to stand for the championship.
Yeah.
We need them to understand the importance of what that brings to the overall culture of the university.
Yeah.
Howard's going through a great renaissance period in terms of the amount of admissions that we're getting, right? We want to be part of that story. Hey, yes, it is great for Howard that we have Kamala Harris as the Vice President of the United States. It's wonderful. It's great for Howard that we've got all of these great donations from prominent people. That's wonderful, and all of the great programs. But it's also great that we won the conference championship in basketball and played
both
Kansas
men's
in the
and women's
NCAA.
last couple of years.
It's also great we're in the celebration.
Swimming
championship.
championship.
We're on the cover of Sports Illustrated. I think that
golf
also
championship.
We won the golf championship. Deal with Steph Curry. I think that helped. Right? Also tell our story.
How difficult is that sort of transition in the mindset of the alumni to see the importance of athletics?
I think they see it now. I do. Okay. I think being on these stages, right? I think it helps them understand, right, that it's an important part of what we do. And I think for so many years it was just the academics. It was just the network alumni. That's the HU. That's where it came from. If we lost, don't worry, we're still HU, right? Well, no, I'm mad when we lose, man. Sure. It's not okay.
Right.
Yell at me.
Yeah.
I got to do better.
It's very interesting.
Right?
Yeah.
So
we saw that last year. One game out, co-championships, all that came out of there. And this year, no, we want to knock down the door. We want to be the champion and head to Atlanta Celebration Bowl. Great picture. Can you take us behind the scenes in terms of the mindset, if you would, since you really are good about showing what that looks like? Obviously, the conference talks about churning and those natures and where Howard best fits. Can you talk about how you go and compartmentalize it and really work with your president, previous and now current president, in terms of making those tough kind of decisions? You don't have to necessarily go and say why or not, but at least take us behind the scenes and say, all right, these are the things that we look at as a Howard University.
And let's talk about the conference for a minute, because I think that was – that was a decision a few years ago that people looked at. When A&T and Hampton left, there was no secret that the CAA was also, after us, but also the NEC, the Big South, the Patriot, they were all calling at that time. For us, we had to sit back and talk about, what are Howard's goals? What do we want to accomplish? Who are we? Right, and again, we as I say all the time, we want to be who we say we are. So if we think that we are a strong part of the black culture, right, in this country, it's the social fabric, if you will,
no doubt,
right, then it's probably paramount to stay in an HBCU conference.
Thank you for saying that.
It's paramount. It's paramount to reflect that. It's paramount to showcase our culture. Right, so that's
do who we say we are.
Right.
And you say that consistently
through that. Exactly. So that's number one. I'll say another thing about it. The Celebration Bowl. Go to another conference, FCS, right? So now our goal is to play in the FCS playoffs as opposed to the Celebration Bowl. Yeah. You could tell me any one of the SWAC or MEAC schools, and I bet you if you blindfolded and went to Hampton and North Carolina A&T, they'd probably tell you they'd rather be in the Celebration Bowl than the FCS playoffs.
That's real talk.
It's a better platform.
Sure.
Right. One's played in Atlanta in an NFL stadium. The others played first round on a campus, but and with on cable television as opposed to ABC.
Right.
Yeah. So the lead person in terms of looking at the MEAC in terms of the media deal, your experience in the media when it comes from you, that to me says a significant measure because of the experience you have, and you're not just saying something that everybody says, oh, okay, whatever. No, this is in terms of from a strictly business perspective, in addition to the culture of saying who you are. That magnifies to me and means a lot. So thank you for opening up and sharing that because you don't have to.
Right. Well, again, I've been very clear to my, to my constituents around campus. To me, the Celebration Bowl is a 3-hour commercial for Howard and HBCUs.
Wow.
Right. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
Right. It's an opportunity to tell our stories. When we went to Des Moines for the first round of the NCAA champions, again, big platform.
Yes.
Right. A big platform for us. Playing Kansas, #1 team in the country. Right, it's great. I love going to the arenas early and just soaking it all in and walking around. And I was speaking to a lot of Kansas supporters. They had no idea who Howard was.
Yeah,
they had no idea where Howard was. They asked, "Well, we hear VP Harris is coming to the game. Why is she coming to the game? Because she's black? Well, maybe because she went to Howard. But really, she went to." We take for granted that people know our story.
Sure.
A lot of people don't. Yeah. And sometimes it's even people of color.
Right. That's fair.
That's very fair.
Because if you don't live in one of the HBCU hubs, the Northeast, the South, right? If you're in the Midwest, West Coast, right? You're not feeling it the same way we feel it, on the East Coast and in the South, right? So that was, to me, again, having those platforms, right, to help tell our stories is an incredible part of what we feel our mission is, not just for Howard, but also for HBCUs in general.
Sure.
So before we get to what's next for Howard, because, I always like to look, and I know you have a vision. Let's talk about being in the moment in regards to that renaissance, if you want to use that framing, or really saying who you are, which obviously Howard University, academic and athletically, certainly shows that model. We ran through those numbers of championships, and we kind of glossed through them. Talk about the excitement that you have with your student athletes, your students on campus, the administration, and obviously the alums in terms of this next chapter. Being in the moment. How excited are you to see everybody excited about those championships?
Well, one of the things I love on campus is our administration looks like our student body. What most people don't realize is Howard has 70% females, 70-30 ratio females to males on campus.
Yeah.
Right. So one of the things we said even a few years back is, hey guys, we're going to compete on the women's side before we start competing on the men's side.
Makes sense.
That's why we were strong in volleyball and soccer and women's track and field and
no doubt.
we were, because we had
women's
70%
basketball.
women.
Yep.
Sure.
And what we can use that for is to make sure we garner support from the leadership. We have 9 of our 13 deans are women.
Wow.
Right. So now our women. So when our women's basketball team won the championship, right, it was the female leadership of the university says, "Hey, let's throw them a party. Let's do whatever. So
that's beautiful.
And that was great.
Black girl magic.
Black girl magic. Exactly.
Right.
Wow.
The CEO of the university, Dr. Tasha Boy, I'm gonna say her name. And my boss is Dr. Cynthia Evans, who's a VP of Student Affairs, right? They are both, right, so tuned in to what we're doing athletically, right, because they see young girls
we see
who look
behind
like
the magic
this.
of why.
Exactly. So, and now we get more support from that
No
standpoint.
doubt.
Now we're renovating, we just rebuilt the lower gym, the practice gym. Right, we're rebuilding the offices and for women's basketball.
Wow.
Right, what men's basketball raised the money. Right, the university put up the money for women's basketball.
Good.
Right, they're doing the women's volleyball practice court. It's that kind of momentum that makes selling the story easier.
Yeah.
Right,
No
when you have that kind of success.
Sure.
Right, so that's what we're looking to build on. And you had mentioned to me what's next, and so so the new president, Ben Vincent, has talked about Howard at maximum quality, Harlem maximum effort, right? Howard to the max, if you will, and we want to do better. We want to continue to get better at the things we're doing.
Okay.
But we also, so I'm going to tell you a quick story, if you don't mind.
No.
My very first week, Dr. Frederick and I, the former president, went out to visit Notre Dame. Right? And at Notre Dame, we met with the president and the athletic director. Mm-hmm. Yep. And we asked the question, what was it about this that was different from what you expected? Right.
Great question.
And the president of Notre Dame said, when I came here, I thought my constituency was every Notre Dame alumni. Mm-hmm. That was my constituency. How do I speak to the Notre Dame alumni?
Makes sense.
Now that I'm here, I realize my constituency is every Catholic in the world.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah. Different mindset, different level.
Exactly.
Somebody spent.
Exactly. So now,
global at that.
Exactly. Wow. So now that's when we talk about where's my vision. That's my vision now. Yeah. My vision is I want our constituency to be every woke, not even black. Yeah. Every woke person, every person who believes in progressiveness and growing our world and our economy and seeing the world the same way we do, that's our new constituency. Yeah. How do we get global? How do we do that?
Sure.
So when we approached Jordan Brand, we talked about a global partnership. Yeah. We didn't want to just be an apparel.
That makes sense why it works.
We want you to help us amplify the Howard brand and thus also the HBCU brand across the world. Yeah. Right? And so that's what they're doing. They're creating a Howard line that they're going to sell across the world.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? We're the only school that has that. I mean, that's, Michigan, I'm probably going to get myself in trouble, but Michigan and UCLA, none of them have that
a global
global relationship like that. So when you say what's next for us, that's what's
global.
Next. I want to take it out global.
So I'm fascinated by this, and especially the partnership with Steph Curry, and when you talk about global brands, Jordan Brand, and now Steph Curry with Under Armour. But just how did that come about, and how do you, I guess, commingle the two brands, if you will, on one campus?
Well, so golf is not included in the Jordan Brand deal. So that was a specific inclusion, and I said to the executives at Jordan, I said I can never leave Steph Curry.
Yeah.
For what he has meant to our program. It wasn't just a specific donation, but every person on my golf team has Steph's cell number. They can call him. They talk golf tips. He has
bigger
come
than
down
that.
and
that is so beautiful. Yeah.
He helps us raise money. It's not just the money he gave us, but he brought all of his partners in. He brought Callaway in, who gave the kids free golf clubs. Right? He brought in Workday, who was one of his partners, who gave us a huge donation. Right? He has helped us build this program in a way that goes way beyond that original donation.
Yeah.
I can't ever leave him.
Sure.
Right? So as long as Steph Curry's with Under Armour, our golf team will be with Under Armour.
No doubt.
Right?
doubt.
And when we did the deal with Jordan Brand, I called Steph. I said, listen, Jordan Brand here's what Jordan Brand's willing to do for other sports. Right? And he gave me his blessing. He said, you know what? Go ahead and do that. We don't know of another company who would lean in the way they are, right? But I'm going to do whatever I can to lean in that way on our golf program.
Wow.
Yeah, it's fascinating as we wrap up because they're saying we had to go. We can talk to you forever.
Yeah,
we're going to get back with you. We're going to make sure
we got to bring you on to the show.
We got to get a little more of this energy and this insight, man. It's brilliant. And I don't just use that casually in terms of being able to pick the mind of folks that see the world differently that happen to be in positions of leadership and caretakers of our institution. So that is exciting to me. And that we build this in so much ways where we talk about Brand Jordan and LeBron James of these institutions, which is a whole nother way, as you say, seeing this from a different perspective that we hadn't seen at HBCUs at that level, right? Yeah. Not to say that we wasn't doing great things or wasn't and continue to do great things, but it's differently. So as we close and leave you on there, what any parting things that you want to kind of put out there as you continue to build these blocks of gold that I see?
Well, again, the Celebration Bowl is a big one for us. And then that's, we'll culminate with that because we've talked about a lot of the other sports. But football in this culture is incredibly important. And we were winning a lot of championships 2 years ago, but no one – we weren't getting the credit. No one thought, oh, man, I didn't see any articles talking about Howard Athletics is on the rise because we were winning track or we were winning tennis. Or we were I didn't see that.
It's true.
But when you win in football, right, and you win in basketball,
it's different.
It's different, right? And so we have to make sure that we maintain our position in those two sports. So we're excited, right? FAMU's a really great team, really athletic team, former MEAC team, but I won't get into that.
You got to slide it in. You got to slide it in.
Slide that in. But no, we're excited about the opportunity to showcase who we are, right, to a national audience this Saturday at noon. So thank you, guys.
No, it's a pleasure. And you heard it from the Howard University Athletic Director, Kerry Davis, the great work that he's doing. So appreciate his time. We'll be right back after this break as we come back and get you some more individuals that are getting it done.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplify Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplify Development Services.
The Cavil Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cavil.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavil of Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
From novice to aficionado.
HBCU Sports Lab as we here on Radio Row at the Cricket Celebration Bowl here in Atlanta at the Omni. And we got a bad one for you today, brother. We got another one, man. We get some jewels, man. I don't know what.
No doubt.
We are blessed with to have Richard Beckford of the Roar Marching Band, Florida Memorial University down there in the greater Miami area. Boy, I tell you, it's a pleasure to have you. We've talked about the bands and you followed us, so we appreciate the support in a lot of ways. And look at you now. limelight is on you, your band, your institution, as it should be, all the work you come in here. I guess one of the first things for those that may know, this is a relatively young band resurgence. Talk about a little bit about starting back up the band at Florida Memorial.
Resurgence. We started the band program during COVID, at the height of COVID, in August of 2020. The football team.
Pull it up just a little bit, yeah.
President had just started the football team, and he wanted to have a soundtrack for the college experience. And he said we met, and I've been teaching band for like 30 years at the time. And he said, "Hey man, would you be interested in starting the program?" And I gave him a list of things that would be necessary for that to happen. And he said, "We can't do that." I'm like, "Well, you're not serious." Came back to me 3 months later and said, "Hey man, if you're serious, would you be willing to use this program?" I said, "Yes, sir. If you can provide these things, we can get a program started."
You got it started.
So, it was great, man.
Good stuff.
2.5 years in. The first year we had to shut it down because everybody got sick the first year.
Sure.
So we really only had 3 years in. So we're grateful to be in this position right now.
Not just grateful, but you earned it. You had that momentum and that growth. As you said, President Japhus Hardrick.
Yes, sir.
And he knows my family. Know him in terms of first name. My first name is Japhus.
Wow.
I spell it with one F.
Wow.
He has the two. So we had that syngenic.
What's up, Japhus?
Yeah, we have. I go by my middle name, so it throws everybody off. Kenyatta.
Until he hired me.
Well, you smart man. I see why you have success.
Yeah.
Let me let Charles follow up a question. I got a couple more as well.
Yeah, I'm a closet band head. We do the sports, but I love following the bands. I've been following your band this past season. And one question that I'm always curious about in terms of song selection, and me and Doc, we've talked about songs that sort of resonate with audiences. It's crowd engagement. We talk about that all the time, and especially when you take a look at some of the tunes that are played. I mean, how do you go about that process? Especially for me, I immediately run to the 70s. It's band music.
Yeah.
When you're talking about Cameo, Earth, Wind and Fire. But how do you mix in the old with what is currently playing on the radio now?
Man, you all over that, man. That is the process right there. We spent hours. Wow. I write all the music for the band, but I hired a gentleman that I knew since he was a little young man. But he worked with Beyonce. He was on Drumline Live, Brian Snell. And we sit down and we collaborate for hours on what music to play. We always talk about musical content, the ability to translate the music from what we hear to the band being able to play it, the relevance of it, how many times it's been sampled. Because sometimes, the time that it's been sampled, it resonates. So when people hear that beat, they feel it in a different way because they heard it in 9 different songs. They don't even know it. So we spend hours thinking about what is sampled, the musical content, how is it going to translate to the horns. And I don't just write the music in a way for people to say, that's the name of the song. I want people to feel it. In fact, my goal is that they enjoy my arrangement more than they enjoy the piece. Like, that's literally how I go for that. And so you hit it all on the head. In the 70s, that's where all the sampling started. All the sampling started in the 70s. And one of the things that we did Outstanding, and it's been sampled. But what we did, we took the sample that they did in one of the rap songs, and then in the middle of the song, we took it back to the old school version.
Very interesting.
And we have a really good collaborative team that puts this together.
So that makes me ask this question, and I think you guys touched on it yesterday in the press conference, especially in regards to donating to the band programs and things of that nature. But just how do you monetize your content? Because social media splashes it out for everybody to see, but is there a way for bands to monetize their content?
This is something I've been wrestling with for years, but now that I'm in this limelight and this attention, I'm really trying to figure out, and I know there's a way, because I've seen it in other ways. I've gone and tried to get content for things that I'm trying to research, and I had to pay for it. Right. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at different platforms that have created ways for me that I have to, purchase what I'm looking for.
Great
and I'm
point.
like, there got to be a way for us to do it too, because what we're doing is quite unique. You know what I'm saying? And it's marketable. But because everyone has access to it, it just doesn't have the same. It diminishes the value.
Right.
So I'm literally. We just talked about it last week. We got to find a tech person that can help to protect it in a way that they have to maybe get a sample. They got to download it and pay for it first. But we're working on that. I literally just had that conversation.
Yeah, I mean, because it's
you're talking about changing the game.
It's complex.
I mean, it's super complex.
There's so many people, they know how to get around that stuff, but there are people doing it.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. Last thing here while we have you, because I know other people want to get into it. What would you like to share that many of us may not really know in terms of you and, more importantly, in some ways, your band, the Marching Roar?
Well, I think that's a very good question, and I think we're doing band a little differently from everyone else, honestly. I went to Florida A&M University. I've sent hundreds of kids, maybe thousands, to college on music scholarships before, and I've heard all the stories. And when when I had the opportunity to become a director at the university, I wanted to do it differently.
Good.
Band had an impact on me that empowered me to become the best version of myself. And a lot of that, I learned character development. I learned camaraderie. I learned how to appreciate people who are different from me. And so when we created this culture, we created a culture that has nothing to do with putting someone down, belittling anyone. It's all about encouraging, motivating, inspiration. And see, we came in a time where COVID, we had kids that were isolated for months, and they were easily broken in the event that they had to encounter things like that. So in our culture, man, it's all about promoting the best version. How can we help you? We train our leaders every summer to say positive words, to ask positive questions.
Oh, beautiful.
Say, how can I
Powerful.
help you? If somebody's saying, I'm hurting today, my legs hurt, I can't pick my leg up. Hey, well, let's pick it up where you can, but tomorrow we're going to push for that higher leg knee lift,
Yeah.
So we're trying to build, and sometimes in the process of building, we realize that you don't have to break somebody down to build them back up. You can take them right where they are and continue
push
to
them
push
up.
them up.
Sure. Hold them up.
And that's the culture that we've created.
Until they can hold on to themselves.
That's awesome.
It's a beautiful way to put it. Another thing as we close up, I got to put this out there. You're a practitioner, artist, a musician of your craft. And so it's good to have somebody of your ilk that also does it in terms of in teaching.
Yes.
As you do as the band leader. So I want to say thank you for bringing that to the table. That's huge as we get in it. Continue to do what you do, the greatness, and anytime you have something that you want to get out there, know you have a place. We got a platform for you to tell it.
That's a great platform.
Thank you.
We've been appreciating it and really enjoying the content and the kind of content and the way you present it.
Thank you.
Not comparing y'all to anybody else. You're walking in your lane and you're doing it well, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Best thing we could hear when you hear that.
Yes,
well, you heard it, Richard Beckford, in terms of the Roar Florida Memorial. The band director getting done. We'll be right back after this break.
Find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
T. Madden & Associates is a sophisticated and experienced law firm located in your neighborhood. We're turning injury to cash.
T. Madden and Associates obtained almost $2 million for my injury. They turned my injury to cash.
Now, We can't guarantee how much your injury is worth, but we've recovered millions for our clients.
Call T. Madden and Associates at 833-PAID-123. That's 833-PAID-123.
For 200 years, Montgomery
Press the analytic data with your hip hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they wanna lose, and who the ball. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gon' teach a lesson.
This is Dr. Cavil inside the HBCU Sports Lab. We're here in Atlanta at the Omni Cricket Celebration Bowl Radio Row. And we have the stars of the show. Howard University football head coach Larry Scott, a big-time player here, and we'll allow him to introduce the young man here.
This is Quentin Williams, by way of the DMV, Howard man himself. Already graduated,
pick your mic up.
Two-time MEAC champion, state high school champion. He's a winner. He's a winner.
Yeah.
I knew he couldn't do it any better than that, Quentin. I was going to let the coach get him in there, make him rub off on you a little bit, give you your accolades you deserve, because I know other times he'd be like, Quentin, what you doing?
Just the other day in practice.
See what I know what to do? I got you, Quentin, man. Ups and downs, the flow of the seasons, but at the end of the day, you know what they have to call you now? Champion. How does it feel?
It's a good feeling. It's a great feeling. Like you said, ups and downs throughout the season. But at the end of the day, we're where we want to be with a chance to make history. So,
Coach, how has the experience been as we get into closer to the ball game? But at this point, you've been around the city and different things. You had all your appointments. How has everything gone?
It's been great. I think they do a great job with this bowl. I think it's definitely something that would hope to grow and be able to provide other opportunities for HBCUs to all have this experience. And maybe it's not just this bowl. It could be other ones that created those types, because I think everyone deserves this opportunity. When you played well, it should be something to caveat at the end of the season that this experience, they have multiple at the PWI levels, right? Multiple bowl games, and those experiences are provided to those student athletes. And I think it's something that needs to continue to grow and build throughout HBCU.
I don't think there's much that talks about flattery when you are able to see something and then need the duplication because it's gone so well. So great point. And a lot of people out there talk about that. So to put that on the table is important. Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, Quentin, and I wanted to ask you a little bit about your team in terms of for fan bases that are not familiar with Howard. Talk about some of the weapons that you can distribute the ball to.
And you got them, too.
Yeah, you got them.
Yeah, we got a lot of guys, man. Just talking with the coaches, if you look at the stat sheet, we're probably one of the only teams in the country that, 7 or 8 guys, 9 guys get a catch throughout the game or touch the ball and have an impact in the game. So, those guys make my job a lot easier. Just being able to get them the ball in, short instance and let them go the distance. So, we got a lot of guys. Casey Hawthorne was a big name guy. Jared Hunter, Eden James, and then, a true freshman, Gavin Harris. So there's a few names to say, but, those guys make my job a lot easier. So I appreciate them.
Yeah.
How do you think your maturity has come coming into Howard University as a freshman? Let you reflect a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And now, senior, All-American Conference champion, and you're here at the Cricket Celebration Bowl ready to lead your team into this big game on Saturday. Yeah. Talk about that a little bit.
It's been a tough transition, coming in as a freshman, even though I am a local kid, you don't really know too many people. So when you get here, everybody has a little circle that you click to. And then for me, it's just knowing the football team. But even then, so I was still a little quiet, just playing my role, filling things out, because that's all I could do at the moment. And then, as the season went on, I got older. I was asked to step up and be more of a leader, be a vocal, as opposed to, just working through it. I embraced that role coming into this year, and I think it's paid off for me in a tremendous way. I enjoyed it.
Talk to me a little bit about DMV football. Coach mentioned you're from the DMV, and when I look back over my shoulder, when I look back over my shoulder, I was thinking, I was like,
got a smile.
Yeah, I was like, what basketball player did they bring in here? But I'm like, okay, that's Quentin. Okay, but talk about football in that area.
Football in the DMV area, it's where some of the best athletes are. I went to Wise High School. We just won states a week and a half ago.
Oh, there it is.
Our 6-time winning states. I won states twice. I probably only lost 3 games in high school at that school. So,
nice.
The DMV football has a lot of talented athletes. I'm pushing for us to recruit in the area. You got a guy by the Carlos Young, #1 player in the state. He's #1 player in the state right now. So, but no, it's fun to ball here, and then just the aesthetic, and we had a couple state championship games at Howard University this past weekend. Baloo played Friendship Collegiate High School. Just to watch them, just feel the atmosphere in the arena. They had a light shows, a night game for them. So just watching those guys play, it's a great feeling to know. After me, it'll be a legacy coming.
No doubt.
Coach Scott, I got this for you. And see, Coach is saying this all in front of you, but I will tell you this. He beams, he talked to you, and he talked through that DMV with you not there. We interviewed him before, and he just talked about your maturation, your growth, and you're proud of being out of DMV and how you had to matriculate that in a lot of ways. So with that being said, Coach Scott, let's turn the page and talk a little bit about this defense because I want to hear your thoughts on it too. This defense has matured over the season in a lot of ways. Talk about that maturation of growth and why you believe that came to fruition, particularly in conference play when you most needed it.
I think what you have is some strong leaders and strong personalities on that side of the ball that take it by the horns. And every day they're the same two guys every day, same energy, and they challenge other guys around them to match their energy in practice and just their mindset and mentality about playing defense at Howard. And that's Kenny Gallup and crazy. His name, why is his name in there? Christian White.
Mm-hmm. It happened.
Blowing my mind.
Yeah.
But anyways, those two guys, man, their energy and what they bring, not only to the defense but to our football team, their energy is infectious. And it's everybody else around them has raised their game. You see guys like Terrence Holland who quietly just plays really good football at a high level week in and week out. And it inspires guys like Clayton Perrin. The list can go on. Jamel Stewart, who came back and has been playing really, really well for us inside Jevin Jackson. And then to get Darian Brokenberg back to, the game that he's playing now, and he's starting to peak. He started peaking and playing really good football.
Nice.
Even surpassed the level that he was playing before he was healthy.
Right.
In these last few games, and to get him back in the fold, to get him playing fast and moving around and being able to do different things with him in that front, has really sparked our defense here, especially down the stretch when we needed them to play really well, and they've done that. We've always been pretty good against the pass, and we know we had to show up and stop and run after the South Carolina deal, South Carolina State deal, and they've done that, and hopefully we continue to build on that this week.
Quentin, I want to ask you about your defense, and Charles, jump in here. Football is unique in terms of that when you think offensive side of the ball, defensive side of the ball, but you're still a team. Talk about your defensive players and how they make you excited and want you to do what you need to do offensively.
It really starts in practice. We feel like we're getting a great work in practice. We go at those guys, we'll never give them the credit to their faces. But when on Saturdays, we root for them in the best way possible. But it really starts in practice. They give us a great look week in and week out. It's the best on the best, so we feel like we're getting the best work out of the practice. So when it comes Saturday, it's a lot easier for us because we've seen the best. We know where we're gonna get. Some of those guys, some of the best at their position in the country. I feel like. So, it's just great work, and I applaud them. They've shown up and shown out this whole season for us.
Yeah.
It's been a hand-to-hand for the both of us, so I thank them.
Let me ask about this one player, and I know he's been dinged up a little bit this past season, but tight end Brennan Brown, his dad would kill me if I did not ask. Man, his dad
better get it out there.
Yeah, so I would definitely want to ask you a little bit about what Brennan brings to the offense.
Brennan is our aggressor on offense. He's the brute force, Yeah. But he's showed up big time for us. Their tight end room this year has been young, and he's been that leader, a leader throughout the offense as well, just being vocal. Even though he's been banged up, he's been right there in the forefront of it, through thick and thin, being there with us. So, Brennan is a reliable guy I know I can count on when the time is right,
No Quentin, how is it to walk on Howard University's campus right now?
It's a great feeling, It's just a real feeling just to know that, we have the backing of the community and the campus, and
awesome.
faculty and alumni, I go into class and teachers are saying me congratulations before the class even starts. That's just a great feeling.
Yeah.
Just know that they're watching. So it's been a long 5 years. So I applaud every moment of it.
No, you should. Coach, eating this up, man. You got a good one here.
Yeah.
We talked to your AD. Mr. Davis, and I certainly can tell that synergy that's going on there.
Yep.
Talk a little more about the importance of having that kind of relationship with the athletic director that allows you to be in a position to have as much success as you can.
Right. It's about alignment. At the end of the day, and alignment starts at the top, right? The president, AD, head football coach, assistant coaches. We have to all be pulling in the same direction. I use the analogy all the time about a rope. Yep. And everybody's hands on the rope, and you got to be pulling in the same direction. We can't have all hands on the rope and everybody's pulling in different directions.
Yeah.
And
We're in
we're
trouble.
never going, we're never in alignment to make sure we're on the same page. Here's a goal. Here's what we want to accomplish. And here's the things we need to have to accomplish them. And if we can all get in alignment and agree on what those are, we may not always agree on when and where and how it needs to happen, but somehow we get on the same page and we stay in alignment with what the mission is. It gives you a chance. You see that's happening, that it's permeating throughout our whole athletic department. And right now, there's no team, there's nobody in the building that wants to be the weak link. You got, when your women's softball team is champions and you got individual champions in the track, you got our swim team doing what they're doing, our basketball teams. That standard becomes high when you walk into the burg. When you walk out, it's like, we got to match that. We got to match that. They're doing it. We got to match that. And that's what you want. You want it to become infectious throughout the department, so it's a championship culture, not just one team is a winner and everybody else is losers, whatever the case may be. No, when you build it right, that whole culture, the culture of that is competitive. It brings them together too. It unites them. They pull for each other. And it becomes this big athletic family. We're part of the Howard community, but within that, there's an athletic department family.
Good stuff. Last one, Quentin, we'll let you get out of here. I know they want to get you some of these other tables and get to you. I want to ask you about your fans. Say something to the alumni here to support you in terms of Howard University.
I just want to say thank you to them. I've been getting calls, emails, DMs, just, saying that they'll be out here to support us. People that, I've never had a interaction with, so it's just a crazy feeling to be in this moment. So I applaud them for showing up and showing out, even when we're at home and traveling with us. And then for this big game right here, I look forward to seeing them this Saturday.
Great job.
Nice.
Anything?
Yes, I think the same thing. I think what we want to do, winning is infectious, right? You start winning, and it can galvanize, an entire. When it can galvanize an entire base, former players, former students, the whole deal, and I think that's what it's doing right now. It's galvanizing the whole Howard family in this community. I mean, I had a gentleman tell me, he says, I've been living in the area for the past 30 years, and I've been around Howard people all my life, and I've never seen a moment in time where they've all been on the same page, galvanized as a community, and it can be a pretty strong, powerful thing. And so what that does is, though, it should stoke a fire up underneath everybody to say, hey, now how do we get to this level of continued success? What do we need to do to sustain this? This is not just a one and done type of deal. And once we win this game, that is the new standard at Howard.
Sure.
Now, if we're going to fall on, that's going to be the standard and the expectation, then everybody's got to fall in alignment. What we got to do to change this thing and change the culture forever. So I think it's also a stoke, right? It's also a call to action that, hey, it's time to move, and we got to all get moving.
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm on it. Let me move as well. With that, we'll take our break as we got Quentin Williams, head coach Larry Scott, Howard University football team, man. Big time. They got a big one tomorrow. We look forward to it. Let's go. We'll be right back after this last break.
Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
As technology continues to bring changes to the world of education, it's time we also reimagine teacher professional development. Gone are the days of one-size-fits-all learning that can only be accessed at a specific time and place. The Stride PD Center is an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that allow educators to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. The best professional development plans are those that include a level of flexibility and choice for educators. Whether you're a teacher, school, or district, visit us today to take charge of your learning.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Nope.
Come on, him?
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplified Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplified Development Services.
The Cavil Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cavil.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and Instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavil of Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
When it comes to professional learning, Teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
This is Ryan Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
Compress the analytic data with your hip-hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they wanna lose, and who the ball. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gon' teach a lesson.
It's Dr. Cavil's inside the HBCU Sports Lab, and we now have a legend in front of us, boy. It's a beautiful thing. We don't get these all
on that Mount Rushmore.
Yes, sir. Coach Rod Way, how's it going?
You know the answer to that. Always good.
Always good. No doubt about it. You're looking good. Taking care of yourself. So I'm serious about that. It's good to see you in that and doing that. But it's always beautiful around this time of the year to really get to talk, because obviously we're going to talk about the now. We've done that with the coaches, players, and people, ADs, all around it. But we also get a chance to reflect on some history. And you have a major part in that history. And it's unique because you've seen it on both sides. MEAC, SWAC, championship level on both sides. Not many can say that, Coach. Right. Let's start with the framework of where you believe a lot of your success ultimately came from to be able to reach the mountaintops that you have.
From God.
Amen.
You often wonder what separates people and what makes people great. And in my years of coaching, I found out people are actually a lot closer to being great than they realize.
Wow.
You know, there's not that much distance between good and great. You know, sometimes guys just got to be forced out of that comfort zone and take another step forward, because I use this example all the time.
Yes, sir.
At 211 degrees, you just have hot water. But 212 degrees, you have boiling water. You know, there's not a lot of difference.
1 degree.
You know, so between good and great, all you got to do is take another step. And some people are afraid to take that step. And my job was to push those guys out of that comfort zone into helping them realize they could be great. Don't be afraid of it. Challenge it. And let's see if we can attack it and go get it.
Yeah. I believe this will probably be a hard question to answer, but I think I have to. What is the greatest moment that you can remember and recall, and why would you put it there?
Say it again now.
What would be your greatest moment, your greatest accomplishment that you can recall in terms of the game of football? I know there's some things outside of that, but in terms of the game of football, and why?
You know, when I look back now, the things that give me the most joy is seeing all those underprivileged kids that we recruited that was able to come and get degrees. Like I talked to a guy last night, first in his family to ever get a degree. Wow. You know, and
that is powerful.
Those are proud moments.
That's powerful.
You know, when you start seeing guys that first time in the history of their family, he's the first one to go to school and get an education. And once you get them, you got to train these guys. You got to direct those guys in the right way and try to help them grow as people. And that's the thing I think. We've sort of lost our way in college athletics now. That's because fair. Of the money and all this other stuff. And developing kids and helping them grow and become decent people, it's all about football now. It's not about your growth or your growth as people. It's about how well you perform as a football player. And that's what money's done. The game's changed now.
Yeah. Charles?
That actually leads me into
a different follow-up question.
Yeah, different follow-up question, because my question was going to be the state of college football now as you see it, as opposed to the time when you were coaching, and you touched on that. But as we look at it now, with NIL, with the transfer portal, where do you see college football going?
You know, let me start by saying this. Once the game starts, it's still a beautiful game.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a beautiful game. But getting to that point, and I've said for years, it's a great game, but it's a bad business. And now that they've introduced dollars into it legally, it's becoming even worse as a business, because you got kids now. I guess when I grew up, the most important thing for us was to get an education. That was it. When I grew up, my mama read everything. And for us and my family, the great equalizer in her mind was education. That was the way. And we used to say all the time, people used to say all the time, well, get you something to fall back on. But my mom she says, no, you need to get you something to spring forward from. Education isn't a fallback position. It's something to move you forward. So you need to think in those terms. But what the game has gotten now, man, it's crazy. I'm glad I don't have to deal with it, number one. But number two, I'm glad to see kids getting paid, because they deserve to get something, but it's out of control. I don't know if it's sustainable or not, because you got kids now, man, they getting $10,000 just taking an official visit.
Wow.
Hey, this is a true story. True story.
Wow.
Guy took official visit to a Power 5 school.
Mm-hmm.
They offered the guy $20,000 if he was commit on Instagram. Didn't mean he had to come to school, but if he would say on Instagram,
Just commit.
I'm going to this school.
Wow.
Those would give him $20,000.
Wow.
This is where this thing is.
That has changed.
And so
quite a bit.
it doesn't have anything to do with education.
Yeah.
We used to say education, 40-year commitment, and all this stuff. And
Right.
now, man, if you ain't going there with $10,000 a month, you're basically out of it.
And how has that changed from an institutional level? I'm sure with the conference churning or expansion and things of that nature, I guess you see it from that part that it's matriculated from not just players and what you got to do to obtain their services, but also institutions moving and shifting. How do you see that playing in? And that's at all levels, Power 5, HBCUs and all.
I think black college football is really, to me, is the perfect situation of football because it's pure. You coach in black college football. I mean, you got a lot of responsibilities. We don't have the support staff that most people have, so we have to do a lot of stuff. And now with the money being involved, I think HBC may be losing some of its impurities, where we're starting to get into that flow of
navigating all of a sudden.
Instead of our guys getting education, learning about black people, and doing the things we need to do as coaches and directing those guys that way.
Oh, that's a great point. I appreciate you sharing it because in some ways I've seen that as well. So I agree with you about the challenge of staying who you are and true what you are, but also to some, if you're not careful, trying to keep up with the Joneses, if you would.
Yes. And, the hard part, too, I guess, is how do you coach a football team
Yes, sir.
when it's about money instead of about team? And in my years of coaching, one of the things I've learned is that when it's about something bigger than yourself, you have a tendency to give a little bit more of yourself. So
great.
If you take you out of the picture and you're fighting for your brother, you have a tendency to fight a little bit harder now. But now you're not doing that because there's no such thing as team anymore. The guys are only teammates now from 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 6 o'clock at night, and then they're going their own ways.
Yeah.
And so you don't build that team you used to do. Back when I played, man, we lived together, we ate together, everything together. We policed one another. We used to have this saying, man, we're going out at night. Okay, Doc. We're going out now.
Yes,
you
sir.
start some mess, you're on your own.
Right.
But if something jump off, we got you.
Yeah.
But if you started now, you're on your
You're
own.
on.
And we released one another like that. We kept each other out of because we were a team.
Yeah.
But I think that's what college athletics is missing now because it's a business.
That's it.
There's no loyalty involved anymore. Where you go to school? Well, I started Oregon, then I went to Alabama, now I'm in Michigan State.
What is this?
Before I let y'all jump in here, I do want to ask you this as we kind of get in this matchup. Would it be remiss if we didn't give a chance to get your analysis in terms of this game and how much of each team you've seen? It's unique because in this case, one of the teams is coming from the SWAC, but they were a longtime member of the MEAC. So you at least have some general experience from that perspective.
Right.
But how much of these teams you've seen this year, and what are your thoughts in terms of this matchup?
Well, first of all, as I said last night, this is just like an old family reunion, old SWAC family reunion, isn't it? Old MEAC family reunion. That's what we got.
We can tell the truth here. Yeah, go ahead.
No arguments on that. So.
What was the question again? I got sidetracked.
No, you said it perfectly leading into that. What are your thoughts about the matchup?
Well, actually, I've watched Fam play a number of times.
Okay, great, great.
And Howard, but I went to North Carolina and watched Fam play a couple years ago.
Okay.
And then I went to Miami and watched them play, and I've watched them on TV. That guy's done an unbelievable job, I think. Fantastic job where that program is and what direction it's going. And, as a football coach, I sit around and watch games. I like the beauty of it, and I like to see how things are operating, how things are run. And they got a good thing going on down at Fam right now. Yeah. And then at Howard's taking some giant steps forward.
Yes.
They're a good football team. Yeah. The record don't indicate they've taken some giant steps. So, MEAC's getting a lot better, too, with Central there.
Yep.
The numbers are short, but football is really good now. So,
And sometimes you get that when you get a concentrated power of teams that you have to now see teams all getting better in a lot of ways. So it's a good point. Charles?
Yeah, when you take a look at the HBCU coaching landscape, is there a coach or coaches that remind you of yourself or somebody you look at and like, he would have been great on my staff?
Oh, God. A lot of them.
Okay.
Shoot. When I look at Trey Oliver, who worked with me for 12, 13 years. Yeah. I look at Sean Gibbs, who's down at Fort Valley State, who was with me for 15 years.
Just got a victory this week in the Peach Bowl.
Sam with 11, 12 years, all those guys.
Wow.
And,
that's awesome.
When you win,
yes, sir,
it really becomes about people. You know, I think a lot of people, a lot of time, they get so confused with the X's and O's that they forget to work on the fundamentals. They get so involved in scheme that they don't take into consideration your strength or your weaknesses. And the thing that we were able to do was able to identify what you could do and try to put you in that position, because I realized one size don't fit all. Everybody don't do the same thing the same way. So I got to try to design a plan to make you shine to help us win, and put you in the best position. I just can't say 48 sweep. No. I used to tell my coaches all the time, in critical times, think players, don't think plays. Think about players. And this is what this is. This is a people business. And when you learn how to communicate and get your point across to people and teach them, that's when you're going to have a lot of success. But it's all about people. It's not about the X's and O's. As they used to say, it's about the Jimmys and Joes.
Yeah.
You get just on them boards now.
You can get it done.
Know what? And I say this, we've had a lot of success. But the reason I've had success is because
I had them Jimmys.
We had some dudes now. We've had some dudes.
Yes, you did.
Yes,
you did.
Hey, I say this. When I was at Central, when I was at North Carolina Central, we was a Division II team, but we were beating Southern.
Yep.
We were beating Delaware State. We were beating A&T. We were Division II, beating all these Division I.
I remember.
We had 29 scholarships, and we was killing these people.
Yeah.
Because we had some dudes.
Yeah.
And then we go to Grambling. Now, when I got
some
to
dudes.
Grambling, I was shocked because they already had dudes.
I got the dudes. This is what I got the coach.
Right.
All I had to do is point those dudes in the right direction.
Yeah.
And A&T was a whole different landscape altogether, too, because they had a few, but not quite enough. When I got A&T, we only had 29 scholarships. We were basically
Did not know that.
Two. And actually, they were getting ready to shut down the program. We were just stage 4 as far as the APR.
Oh, APR, yes.
They were stage 4.
Yeah,
and,
you're sure right.
So we actually, for the first 2 years, we didn't even have spring practice. For the first 2 years, we couldn't even we only had 15 hours a week of practice, so we had our hands tied behind our back for a long time.
Yeah.
Wow. And the thing about all of that is, when I took the job at A&T, I hadn't done anything wrong, but I had to go to Indianapolis to the NCAA and explain to them what I was going to do to try to improve the academics at A&T. Now, mind you, they had an academic advisor, but they got a football coach telling them how we're going to improve the academics.
Yeah.
Now, what's wrong with that picture?
Yeah.
Now, here was my thing in trying to build a program.
Great point.
I have to evaluate everybody that touched my program or has an influence on my program. You're the academic advisor. They've gone through 10 coaches. You're still sitting over there. We're getting ready to shut the program down because of academic failures, but you're still working, but they firing you, and you're the football coach? Hey.
Something wrong.
Right.
Something wrong.
Right.
We got to make some adjustments. So, and when you take over a program, start fixing, everybody that touch your program now, you need to get your eyes on them and get everything the way you want it to run and operate, because And that's the thing that you happen so many times. You see incompetent people in important positions.
Yeah.
And you can't have that if you're going to have a winning football team. You got to surround yourself with good people. And the whole thing I've said the whole time I've been here is all about the people, you know. And that's how we were able to win.
No doubt.
Last one I have for you, because I know other folks want to get a chance to talk with you, and I certainly want to hog up your time. But I remember similarly at Texas Southern when they went to the Stage 4. But to your credit about getting those pieces together and getting it done, you were able to move out of that. Texas Southern has still taken steps to try to get out of that. So it's a challenge in regards. It's real. So I know when you talk about being NCAA Stage 4, what that looks like.
Hey, and when I say not only that, we were at Stage 4, and we didn't have spring practice. We had 29 scholarships, and we got to go play these boys.
And you had to send a letter. The letter that you sent with recruiting talks about where you are. So each recruit you got, they got to see that letter. You couldn't just kind of weave around it. They got
2 years, no spring practice. Everybody else getting 20 hours a week with kids. We were getting 15 hours a week because we had to devote time to academics. We had to fix academics. And that's one of the things, too, that I don't think our coaching staff got enough credit for. They got a lot of credit for us winning, and we wanted a lot of championships. So we did an excellent job as far as educating black kids, too, which is the primary reason that we go to school.
Yes, sir.
I just tell kids all the time, hey, if I'm paying for your ass to go to school, you're going to go to school.
Yes, sir.
You ain't coming here just for football.
If I wrote a check, you're going to get that.
There ain't no doubt about that. You know.
Great place to leave it, but I would be remiss if I didn't give you a last time to talk about anything that you want to talk about as you close up. And just want to say thank you for all you've done.
Guys.
Continue to do.
You know, my hat's off to this bowl and see the direction this thing has come, the job that John Grant has done.
Yes, sir.
And the growth of this thing. And this is a beautiful experience for black kids. And, you know, and I told them back when this game first got started, and I don't know if you guys, I'm going to share a little history with you, but this thing has been turned down a number of years. And Dennis came to me when I took the A&T job and explained to me what he's been trying to get done.
Wow.
And I told Dennis this. I said, Dennis, here's the issue. Every Division I job I've ever been on in my life, every time we go into the meetings at the beginning of football season, the number one goal was to make a bowl game. You know, that was the number one goal, playing a bowl game. You know, when I was in Division I, that was a goal, playing a bowl game. Now, things have changed now with the playoffs and all that stuff. And I told them, now, they're handing us a bowl game and $1 million. And you're going to say we want to go to the playoffs?
Right.
And actually, our people had voted no.
Yeah,
so
I remember.
I had to, you know.
Step up.
And have a little meeting and,
good.
Hey, guys, look, we probably need to reevaluate this thing because I think there's more value in us not going to the playoff and us going to the Celebration Bowl. And that's how this thing got started because it was, Dennis called me. He said, I thought you voted yes. I said, we did. He said, no, your boys voted no. And so I called the AD and the chancellor. I said, hey, guys, I thought we already made a decision on this.
Yeah.
You know? So we changed that vote, and that's how this thing got started, man.
I appreciate you sharing that history because we don't always get to know the intimate details in terms of how all this come together.
Too much, but I'm retired. Hell, I didn't care when I coached.
So what you gonna do now?
Exactly.
I know that's right.
Exactly.
You know what? And I say this too, and I truly believe this. You can live on truth.
Amen.
And you can live on right. You can stand right or truth over in that corner. It's going to stand all day. Why? Because it's right and because it's the truth. And so you don't have an issue with it.
Right.
You know, and as you see, this game is turning out to be a beautiful experience.
Very much so.
And Ray Nard, my quarterback, came by to see me Thanksgiving. He was down at the beach, and he came by. And he was talking about this experience, man, and what a beautiful experience it was. And for most of the kids, like I talked with Coach Oliver this year, after they ended up going to Richmond, he says it's not even close. The playoffs and this thing, he says it was like a disappointment. Nobody wanted to be there. So, hey, let me tell you this story, too.
Please.
The year that we got beat by North Carolina Central.
Right, and they ended up coming. Y'all had to go to playoffs.
We had to go to playoffs. I tried my best to run down the president and the chancellor that night after the game, and I was going to tell them, hey, we don't want to play. But I couldn't get up with any of them because we didn't. It was a disappointment going to the bowl game. I mean, going to the playoffs.
Right.
And, you know, it was Wednesday. I mean, we got to play on Friday. It was Wednesday before my mind was halfway on this game, because my mind was
still trying to figure out how we didn't quite get it done.
Right. And it was and we go up there. My guys not quite as prepared as they should be. They don't play like they should play, and we've got third string quarterback in there. We take a beating, and I talked with Coach Pugh and Coach Oliver, and they feel the same way. Okay. This is a much better experience for our kids than going to the playoffs. I watched a playoff game last weekend. It was in Montana.
I watched it.
The boys had a heating house. Them boys come off the field, they go in this little house. And
I
I'm telling you what, they were hustling more to get in that building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, you heard it from the legendary Rod Broadway. It is a pleasure to have you anytime, man. And I love the way you snuck that in there, that he came by your house on the beach.
Yeah, I know, right?
He said beach ball. Came by your house on the beach in beach ball. That's joy retirement. You deserve every bit of it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Love you.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. This is Dr. Cavil inside the HBCU Sports Lab. We'll be signing off. So let me say thank you for listening to Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. To make sure you share our podcast with your friends and families and colleagues. Thank you, Coach Broadway.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate you.
I am Dr. Kenyatta Cavil, the Dean of HBCU Sports, coming from inside the lab in the College of HBCU Sports with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Check us tomorrow as we will be on Twitter and Facebook and things of that nature. Make sure you tune in to ONG Strike Zone. They'll be following us to give you some more live coverage from Radio Row. This is all part of the Game Time. BCSN, a beautiful intern getting this done. Delaware State representing for the family, the Greens, doing a wonderful job. Roy is always in the back scene doing what we need to do. So it's talent amongst us. We'll have Charles coming in with us to continue this work. Obviously, Mike Washington will be dropping by, so we're getting it done. So don't be surprised. We're going to be moving around. We're going to see if we can get to some other places, some other things to give you some more content. So check us out. We're on the move, and we're going to do it for you. With that being said, again, we want to thank you for listening to Dr. Cavill's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington, Charles Bishop. That's usually every Tuesday and Thursday at 6 o'clock Central Standard Time. On Sundays at 9 o'clock Central Standard Time. We will not have a show this Sunday. I will be on the air trying to get to Las Vegas to give you some more of the Chris Paul HBCU Classic, at least the game 2 games on that Sunday, 2 of them. We'll see if we can give you some updates there, some great games, matchups, including Jackson State, Texas Southern University. We'll see what that looks like in terms of them playing in those matchups. So I'm fascinated to see. We talked about Howard. Howard will be in those games. We'll get to see that. A lot of things going on. We look forward to next week as we discuss the latest in the lab. Follow me, Dr. Kenyatta Cavil, on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. That's DrKenyattaCavil, Inside the HBCU Sports Lab 1 on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. Charles, anything that I forgot that you want to add?
No. Look for us on some other platforms, HBCU Game Day, things of that nature as well. So.
Yep, we'll be coming live and bringing it to you, obviously getting all your updates. Dream big, continue to move forward. We will talk with you soon, Charles.
Of course.
Roy.
Lecture.
Dismiss.
Compress the analytic data with your hip-hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they want to loud, and who the ball. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gon' teach a lesson.
T. Madden & Associates is a sophisticated and experienced law firm located in your neighborhood. We're turning injury to cash.
T. Madden & Associates obtained almost $2 million for my injury. They turned my injury to cash.
Now, we can't guarantee how much your injury is worth, but we've recovered millions for our clients.
Call T. Madden & Associates at 833-PAID-123. That's 833-PAID-123.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster. absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
As technology continues to bring changes to the world of education, it's time we also reimagine teacher professional development. Gone are the days of one-size-fits-all learning that can only be accessed at a specific time and place. The Stride PD Center is an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that allow educators to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. The best professional development plans are those that include a level of flexibility and choice for educators. Whether you're a teacher, school, or district, visit us today to take charge of your learning.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Nope.
Come on, him?
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplified Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplified Development Services.
The Cavil Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cavil.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavil of Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavil's Inside HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
T. Madden & Associates is a sophisticated and experienced law firm located in your neighborhood. We're turning injury to cash.
T. Madden and Associates obtained almost $2 million for my injury. They turned my injury to cash.
Now, we can't guarantee how much your injury is worth, but we've recovered millions for our clients.
Call T. Madden & Associates at 833-PAID-123. That's 833-PAID-123.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
As technology continues to bring changes to the world of education, it's time we also reimagine teacher professional development. Gone are the days of one-size-fits-all learning that can only be accessed at a specific time and place. The Stride PD Center is an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that allow educators to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. The best professional development plans are those that include a level of flexibility and choice for educators. Whether you're a teacher, school, or district, visit us today to take charge of your learning.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Nope.
Come on, him?
Ooh, I like him.
quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
Welcome to a special edition of the ONG Strike Zone, broadcasting to you live from the Omni Hotel adjacent to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in anticipation of the 2023 Celebration Bowl between our beloved Florida A&M University Rattlers and the Howard Bison. I am joined by my partner, Kelvin Rozier, fresh off the road, looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yes, sir.
And we have a special guest with us here today. And today we have Chris P., who is the CMO of Community Media. And will allow him to elaborate on exactly what that represents, the organization, his thrust, his mission, and how it translates into our space in the HBCU community. So welcome today, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. First, if we could start off, could you talk a little bit about Community Media, their origin, the startup, and why its relationship to HBCU and its relationship to HBCU sports leagues?
Yes. So Community Media started back in 2020. Our mission was to future-proof diversity in the esports and video game industry. And we essentially got started on one stat that said 83% of African-American youth played video games on a daily basis. But then when you look at the video game workforce as a whole, there's only about 4% of African Americans that work within the space. And so that being, the biggest disparity that we wanted to try and overcome, we started Community Media. We started working in schools, like high schools and middle schools local here to Atlanta. We're based out of Atlanta, Georgia, obviously. And then kind of, about, I would say 4 to 5 months in business, we essentially launched our first media flagship property called the HBCU Esports League. And so with that, going back to that stat, figured that, going where we come from, which is, from HBCUs. I'm an HBCU alum, and so is my business partner, Ryan Johnson. So I graduated from North Carolina Central University, and he graduated from Oakwood University out in Huntsville, Alabama. And so, again, that being the biggest disparity we want to try and overcome, it just made sense to launch this league in partnership with HBCU, well, in partnership with Twitch and Amazon, to kind of kick this thing off. And so it started very impromptu. It was like me putting my university against him and his university. So we had about 5 students on each side, 5 students from Oakwood University, 5 students from North Carolina Central, get them going head-to-head in Call of Duty. And then it just essentially grew to what it is now.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind, if I could backtrack just to elaborate a little bit on future-proof, exactly what does that term mean in layman's terms, and how does that translate to your mission?
Yeah, so I think it's like anything, right? So I think with the black community in general, esports and gaming, and I think just like new and innovative industries is one of those things that, like, if we don't get it or if we don't understand it, we'll kind of sweep it under the rug. And so we just want to be as loud as possible, make as much noise as possible to let people know that these opportunities exist. A lot of our kids, our youth, they play video games, and there's no way around it. Our parents play video games as well. And so, we all are consuming this thing. And so for us, it's like, hey, why don't you just now do it and get paid to do it? Because they're using your likeness. They know that you consume their content at a very high level, but they won't include you as it relates to being actual beneficiaries of this thing. And so for us, we wanted to get ahead of it as much as possible. The esports industry is still very new in essence. And so there's still time to make sure that, our youth are represented in the industry. And so that's what we mean by future-proofing, because it's still very new. It's been around for about 5-6 years now. but there's still time to make sure that we're properly represented.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I want you to talk about the esports market. I know it's a $1 billion business, and it's an emerging business. I know the NCAA has talked about actually that's the next frontier as an NCAA sponsored sport.
Yes.
And I like your intro into how you all started, where it was a bunch of students at your universities going against each other. Now, I happen to know that FAMU and the SWAC and the conferences have actual teams, and they have tournaments now. And I want to know what, if any, relationship you all have with that, and how does that help draw in the African-American community into the esports industry?
Yeah, so again, going back to, so I just realized, so I was born in 1994, I'm a millennial. I just realized that like the things that I'm interested in aren't necessarily the interests of this next generation. And so I have essentially phased out myself. And so to answer your question, I think, going back to making sure that there's opportunities, we just started on our own. We were HBCU alum. Again, we got our schools to go head to head. And then from there, we're able to talk to more students on campus, get them to form actual clubs.
Yep.
So now they have clubs. We started the first ever, I guess, esports scholarship fund with the UNCF. And so there's about $50,000 there, essentially, where every single school that started, they found a club or founded a club on campus and played in one of our tournaments. We just give them $1,000 to help start their program. And so they take that, buy controllers or, buy some consoles, some monitors, things of that sort. Very, very little, but we also take it a step further to build out esports labs. Yeah. Again, going back to the lack of representation, I think the biggest factor in that was access. So students didn't have access. If you wanted to be recognized in the esports and gaming industry as a professional, you essentially had to be playing on a PC. PCs cost anywhere from $2,500 to about $5,000. And so for us, it's like, how can we get this in the hands of these young students? I mean, growing up as a young African-American household, it's very rare that you have a household computer, let alone one that you could play video games on. It's mostly like dial-up internet, so, you can't play because your mom is probably on the way home and she needs to be able to get on the phone and those type of things. And so, now there's 12 labs that exist on HBCU campuses where students can go, they can practice, they can compete, they can also, it's their innovation lab, so they can also learn how to make their own video games as well.
Wow, that's great.
I want to elaborate just a little bit. So how's the response been from the actual administrations at the HBCUs, one? And then what kind of support are you getting from the esports industry?
So from HBCUs, I'll say the support, there's a lot of opportunity. Yeah. I think, we can continue to go deeper and continue to tell these stories. That's why I'm grateful that, y'all are giving me your platform to essentially tell our story, because we just need to keep getting it out. And again, it's that simple through line of you're already playing the game anyway. Come and play the video game and get paid to do it.
Right.
So I think from an HBCU perspective, there's a lot of opportunity. Again, it's still new.
Yeah.
And so it's that thing of like, hey, having to explain that students are playing the video game, like they're already doing it in their dorm rooms.
All right.
So now let's work with you to put you on this platform where, let's say 100,000 people are going to watch. We average on our broadcast on Twitch about 700,000 live views every week. So imagine, if we had the school logos up there, so we could put FAMU versus Howard, for example.
Yeah.
500,000 people are going to see that. Now we're talking about recruitment. And so, it boils down to, again, this is the next generation. They're all gamers. So how do you reach that generation? And it's not the traditional route. I can tell you that. You have to kind of find them where they are.
Right.
And so that's the message that we're continuously trying to preach to HBCU administration. And it's on a one-by-one basis, and I think we're in it for the long run. And, we have time to keep telling this story. From the esports industry, they're very receptive. A lot of people love what we do. They don't understand how we've been able to do it in such short time frame, and so they're trying to figure that out. You'll get a lot of groups that see the success, and they're like, hey, well, we want to do an HBCU tournament too. And they don't even know what what the acronym stands for. And so we're trying to like keep, kind of fight them off while also telling this group to come on, come on with us. And that's the everyday struggle, I'll say.
Oh, yeah.
Could you elaborate on which schools are participating, which HBCUs are already in the esports league?
Yeah, so there's 40 schools that compete within our leagues right now. FAMU played. We have Howard that plays. Howard actually won. We did a partnership with Mountain Dew. It was a $500,000 prize pool. So again, $500,000 going towards HBCU students for playing the video games for about 3 months. It's like a 3-month-long tournament, and so Howard won that. That team in totality throughout that whole tournament got about $120,000. And so the 4 students that won in the championship, the money that they accrued throughout the tournament plus the $80,000 that they won at the actual championship now split amongst 4 students. So, $30,000 each that they're walking away with from playing the video game. But we have Howard, Morehouse is big, North Carolina Central, Oakwood University. Florida Memorial University just came on. They're doing really good. We've actually ventured out to Lincoln University. I didn't even know Lincoln University existed, but
Pennsylvania or
Lincoln,
Oklahoma.
No, so
Missouri.
Did I say Lincoln University? Langston University.
Langston.
Yes,
okay.
in Langston, Oklahoma. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So appreciate that. So yes. So I can't name all 40.
Oh yes.
I'm trying to. But, so we have some schools that have adopted it. Some schools, when they do adopt it, we start with the students. And then administration sees it, and then they're like, oh, man, we need to make this an actual career track. And so JCS, Johnson C. Smith University, I think was one of the first schools to adopt esports. They have an actual program where students can go and learn about, everything about how to work within the gaming industry. And so we're trying to get that curriculum to the schools as much as possible as well because, again, HBCUs need to recruit students. All of these students are now young kids, and they all are centered around one thing. So we just need to find that thing that they're interested in and gain their attention that way.
Okay. All right, thank you. What is the short and long-term goals of community media and the HBCU Esports League partnership?
We actually own the HBCU Esports League. So it's a property of ours.
All
so
right.
community media is like the media company. It's like
Yeah.
the parent company. And then the HBCU Esports League was our first media property that we own.
Okay.
And so I'll say the HBCU Esports League, the goal, that was your question, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Got you.
The short and long-term
goal for HBCU Esports League is essentially to be like the NCAA of esports and gaming. We want to continuously tell the stories, though, of the students. And how they got into gaming, and kind of tell the story as it progressed. So kind of like Showtime and how they roll out like their boxing matches. So it's just continuously being able to, continue to tell the stories, making sure that students are there, making sure that students are getting properly introduced to these companies and make sure that they're groomed to be able to work within these companies. We've seen oftentimes a lot of companies are hiring engineers. And there's like one curriculum, prerequisite that is needed to be taken at the school level to be able to work within the industry or work within this specific job title. There was only one HBCU that had that class throughout the country.
Wow.
Yeah. And so that's, kind of what we're trying to continue to factor to make sure, again, like that 4% grows to, let's say, 80%, and we're properly represented in the way that we actually consume this content as well.
Okay.
So have you reached out at the conference level at all to the commissioners in order to try to help promote as a conference, promote the membership to participate? Has that even been a thought?
Yes. So we've talked to the conferences. Some are more receptive than others. I think the biggest thing with esports, so esports it's not governed. There's no governing body.
Right.
The only people that own anything as it relates to esports are the game developers. So
Right.
NBA 2K can control, their IP. Same with Madden. Same with Call of Duty. Whatever game you want to play. And so that makes it, I would say, a little bit easier to work with the students directly, to where it's like you don't have to go through the conference.
Gotcha.
But we'd love to, work with the conferences in the near future and figure out how we can get them to do their own thing. I know they're already doing their own thing, but doing their own thing, but it also in partnership with us. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, then talk about your social media presence. How can people follow what you all are doing? Do you have a website, your social media plugs, that type of stuff?
Yep. So you can follow us. It's hbcuesports.gg across all social media channels. Community media, CXMMUNITY, across all social media channels. And then website is literally the same. So it's communitymedia.co. And it's also hbcuesports.co on social media or .gg.
All right.
I see you have Chad Ocho Cinco Johnson as a ambassador.
Yes, sir.
Tell me how that relationship happened, and having someone of his profile a part of it. How does that benefit you all?
Yeah. So Chad is an ambassador of FAMU as
Yes,
well, of the
yes.
athletics program.
Yep.
So he's also a big gamer. And a lot of people don't
I didn't know that.
Some know, but yeah. So Chad,
I think FIFA.
He started. Yep. He plays FIFA very heavy. He started streaming, I believe, like right after he got drafted. And he's been playing, the video game ever since. So he's tried and true, like real diehard gamer.
Right.
That actually fits within the community, so it's not fake.
Right.
He also fits within the HBCU community.
Yep.
He's been preaching. I think every single interview I've seen him, talking. He's mentioning FAMU, or he's talking about HBCU. The fact that his mother graduated from FAMU, and so for that, it was just kind of like the perfect synergy. I actually met him like 3 times before we were able to foster the deal.
Right.
A bunch of funny stories there, but yeah, so it just kind of worked out that way. So he'll actually be joining us on Sunday for the championship, and he'll be kind of preaching and helping us again tell our story, because young guys running a business, a lot of people don't want to listen to you. So it's like, how can we get these public figures? How can we tap into, to your point, the conferences, the administration on campus,
Yes,
to be able to tell the story? Because this thing is real. It's happening. I don't think it's going to slow down anytime soon. And we just want to bring as many partners together as possible to make sure that there's equitable opportunities for the students.
Okay. Awesome.
I did have one quick follow-up question for something that you answered earlier. You mentioned in terms of limited or no access to the computer, or at least the level of computer that's needed in order to develop the esports and into professional gaming. To what degree has internet access or something like that along those, if we happen to have any access deserts within our community, how much of an impact does that have in collaboration with access or lack of access to the level of technology needed?
It plays a huge part. It's all digital, so you need internet. You need high-powered internet, because more than likely you're playing online. So you're playing somebody out in Africa, and if you can't connect, then your game might lose. You're dropped. You probably put some money on the game, so you're gonna lose that too. But no, so there's definitely those broadband deserts. Luckily though, we've had Verizon as a sponsor. So Verizon has sponsored the HBCU Esports League since season 1, and they've been here through and through. They've actually additionally, from their first year sponsorship, they gave us an additional $1 million to build out esports labs on campuses. And so we took 5, basically split that in half. 5 schools got $100,000 to build out their esports lab. Same 5 schools got another $100,000, essentially $20,000 to split amongst 5 women studying STEM-related majors on campus. And so that was a really good campaign that we were able to roll out with Verizon. And they also are really down to help in terms of those broadband deserts as well. So when we build these labs, based on where they are, we'll go back to them based on the school's contract, of course. And if it's something that they can do to be able to help kind of boost that internet, then they'll definitely do it. So, being able to have partners like that, I'll say, help us fuel our mission on a daily basis. And we're blessed to have them.
Man, I really love what I'm hearing, what you all are doing. And, I'm a bit of a dreamer, man. I kind of think outside of the box here. And I'm just wondering, from the actual program side of the industry in terms of creating games and so forth, how involved are you all, your relationship with the industry, one? And then is there any thought to doing anything kind of HBCU thing, whether it's the HBCU football or what have you?
Yeah. So, we definitely, the Mountain Dew tournament that I was telling you about, we do that in person. And so we definitely want to do more of that. Like, we do another event called the Kickback, where, it's it's panels, education. It's edutainment, what we like to call it. So it's panels in the morning. In the afternoon, those kids get to play in a tournament. And then in the evening, we like to culminate with like a concert or a comedy show of some sort just to celebrate that whole day. And so, yeah, to answer your question, I mean, we want to do a lot more in person. I would love to do something during Celebration Bowl weekend. Let's say we get the players going head to head, playing Madden type of thing, and shoot that content. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, once we continue to, I think, get buy-in, continue to build partnerships, we'll be able to do more things like that. From the industry perspective, like I said, they're very receptive of everything that we are doing. A lot of people are impressed, and so it's for us. It's like, all right, how can we bring our people on board too?
Okay. All right.
I think we're good. Once again, I want to thank you, Mr. P, for coming on and sharing your vision and your mission with us for community media, and also elaborating, hopefully, for our audience and for ourselves on learning more about you and being able to extend or whatever assistance we can to make sure that your mission is fulfilled.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I appreciate y'all for having me, letting us, tell our story, share our story on your platform. This is what we're looking to do more of, so definitely appreciate it.
Anytime. And are you familiar with Dr. Black at FAMU?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we talked to Dr. Black. Dr. Black's a big advocate too.
Absolutely. He's been on our show and actually talked about the program there at FAMU. So
yeah.
So
now we've been trying to help out. I know there's a lot of things legally with FAMU that we have to kind of work around, but we'll get there.
Yeah. Yeah. I know he talked about a lab. He was working on a lab there. Were they able to? Was FAMU one of the schools that was able to get any assistance?
No.
Okay.
And what's crazy is they were supposed to be.
I know.
And for us, right? I don't know if we're doing it right.
Right.
So again, like taking $200,000 to a school, and it might not be going through the financial aid department, or it might not be touching the right hands to have the right impact.
I got you.
So a little bit of help there could help us, and I think make what we're doing a lot more impactful to the point that like more people know it.
Yeah.
Because got you. So we'll have a $200,000 check, and we might go to the esports director. Esports director is going to take that, and he does his thing, but then nobody else would know about it.
Yeah.
So we're trying to blow everything that we're doing out the water because it's a lot.
It is.
It's just that people don't know about it.
Awesome. Yeah. We'll definitely talk after this, man.
Yes, sir.
Anything I can do to be of assistance, I would love to do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Mr. P, once again, thank you for your time. And this is Chris P. of Community Media, CMO. And once again, we're on ONG Strike Zone. And after this break, we'll be back.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplified Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplified Development Services.
The Cavil Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cavil.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavil of Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
T. Madden & Associates is a sophisticated and experienced law firm located in your neighborhood. We're turning injury to cash.
T. Madden and Associates obtained almost $2 million for my injury. They turned my injury to cash.
Now, we can't guarantee how much your injury is worth, but we've recovered millions for our clients.
Call T. Madden & Associates at 833-PAID-123. That's 833-PAID-123.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
As technology continues to bring changes to the world of education, it's time we also reimagine teacher professional development. Gone are the days of one-size-fits-all learning that can only be accessed at a specific time and place. The Stride PD Center is an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that allow educators to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. The best professional development plans are those that include a level of flexibility and choice for educators. Whether you're a teacher, school, or district, visit us today to take charge of your learning.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Nope.
Come on, him?
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplify Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplify Development Services.
The Cavil Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cavil.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavil of Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports,
on Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
T. Madden & Associates is a sophisticated and experienced law firm located in your neighborhood. We're turning injury to cash.
T. Madden and Associates obtained almost $2 million for my injury. They turned my injury to cash.
Now, we can't guarantee how much your injury is worth, but we've recovered millions for our clients.
Call T. Madden & Associates at 833-PAID-123. That's 833-PAID-123.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
As technology continues to bring changes to the world of education, it's time we also reimagine teacher professional development. Gone are the days of one-size-fits-all learning that can only be accessed at a specific time and place. The Stride PD Center is an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that allow educators to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. The best professional development plans are those that include a level of flexibility and choice for educators. Whether you're a teacher, school, or district, visit us today to take charge of your learning.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Nope. Nope.
Come on, him?
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplified Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplified Development Services.
The Cavil Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cavil.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavil of Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
T. Madden & Associates is a sophisticated and experienced law firm located in your neighborhood. We're turning injury to cash.
T. Madden and Associates obtained almost $2 million for my injury. They turned my injury to cash.
Now, we can't guarantee how much your injury is worth, but we've recovered millions for our clients.
Call T. Madden and Associates at 833-PAID-123. That's 833-PAID-123.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
As technology continues to bring changes to the world of education, it's time we also reimagine teacher professional development. Gone are the days of one-size-fits-all learning that can only be accessed at a specific time and place. The Stride PD Center is an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that allow educators to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. The best professional development plans are those that include a level of flexibility and choice for educators. Whether you're a teacher, school, or district, visit us today to take charge of your learning.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Nope. Nope.
Come on, him.
Ooh.
That works for me.
And Brian, what I was talking to Kevin about earlier.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome to a live edition of the O&G Strike Zone right here live on Radio Row here in the Omni North in Atlanta, Georgia, here for the Cricket Celebration Bowl. Brian Fulford, Kelvin Rozier, Marcus Green, live together. I think this is the first time that we have all been together at the same time. Put it there, fellas.
Infinity Stone.
Infinity Stones, right. Watch out. The Rattlers are here, and we will have an opportunity to talk with the Rattlers coming up here very shortly as they just finished up their walkthrough over in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. And, fellas, look, driving over, I was watching a lot of film on Howard, and I'm feeling more and more confident about this game. I'm just gonna keep it 100 with you.
Hey, first of all,
I know you. I know
keep your eyes on the road, man. What you mean you was watching? I'm trying to think, man. What kind of car you got?
That go out. Look, this car that I had, actually, it could almost drive itself. Like every time I kind of drifted towards the lane, it kind of put me back in the lane. So
anyway, a little bit better than my Kia Soul, you know. So,
Amen.
You know, these new cars. I'm telling you what, I can see how people get in trouble and be doing multiple things. Anyway, that's that's conjecture. Keep two hands on the wheel, 10 and 2, right? Exactly. So, but no, I was watching the Northwestern game. Howard Northwestern, and yes, the final score was 23-20, but it was not that close.
They had 20-something.
They had
two
big. They had a long drive at the beginning of the third quarter, and they had one big play late in the fourth. But other than that, and so it's just one of those things that, as you're hearing people talk about, and look, the stats are what they are, but. You called it Wednesday when you talked about, everything that you said on Wednesday about this team, and that, I don't know. I just felt a little more confident, and I'm a little surprised at the opening. It talked about expert. You know me, I dabble in the dark arts, but of the world of gambling. But and the opening line was 4. I was wrong. I thought the opening line was 8. No. I was corrected. The opening line was 4. So that means when they set the line, they said initially that we were only 4 points better than Howard. And what happened is a lot of the money started coming on FAMU, and that's what pushed it up to 6 when I grabbed it. I thought it was going the other way. And now I'm even more in shock. And people are like, wait a minute, what are y'all seeing in Howard that I'm not? So that's my observations as I was driving in.
As a old high school coach and someone who's followed the game forever, I believe this time of year you believe what you see. You are what your record is, what your body of work is.
Mm-hmm.
So in watching their just last 5 games, as Coach Simmons talked about, focusing in with peer review in the last 3 games prior to, not worrying about what we did against them in October.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with Howard, just a MEAC schedule. When you look at what they did and how they played, that's why I was so adamant about what I was saying on Wednesday's show, that, you don't know what you're going to consistently run the ball. And the fact that they haven't been able to consistently run the ball or put up significant points against anybody outside of Central that one game, just tells me that in terms of matching up against the number 1 defense,
yes,
in FCS,
that's the key. That's the key.
They haven't faced a defense like ours.
Not at all.
Right?
Not at all.
So that's why it's going to be so important for them to be able to stay in the game. They're going to have to actually probably play a little keep away, keep our offense off the field, and they're going to need to hit on a play or two. There's going to be an opportunity. It would not shock me if they come their first drive and go straight down the field.
And the closest defense that they may have played to ours is Harvard.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's Harvard, and I mean, it is what it is when you go back and look at the score on that.
Yeah, if they're not going to have success with the vertical passing game, it's impossible to attack this defense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we talk about shotgun Willie and all this other stuff, but I told you from the beginning of the season that this team, what separates us from everybody else, is our defense.
Oh yeah,
and this is no difference.
No difference. And in watching that game, the one guy who, I use this word loosely, scares me, is Eden James.
Yeah.
Eden James is a baller.
He's a competitor.
He is I don't think he's the starter of the 3 backs, but he is that dude. He is the back that goes. Now the other 2 guys, hey, they are serviceable. They are great.
Yeah.
Eden is the one who. Hey, I hate the fact that he got out of the state of Florida.
He's the it guy.
He's the it guy. Yeah. He's the it guy. So I mean, when he's in the backfield, all eyes. It'll be funny to get a chance to talk to Isaiah Major, who's one of the 4 student athletes who will probably be coming by. It'll be interesting to talk to Isaiah about what he sees. When he talks about when he sees those running backs and just their run scheme.
Yeah, he should be anticipating this is a potential stat game for him. He's gonna have a lot of opportunities to make some tackles.
Oh yeah,
because from a scheme standpoint, what Howard does, and for them to be successful against us is going to be dependent on them probably trying to match up against our best defensive player, right? Their run game against our linebacker core. So, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Marcus, you've had a chance to soak this in for 24, 48 hours since we talked on Wednesday. What, any new thoughts, any different thoughts over this period of time?
Nothing new, but as I said on Dr. Cavil's shows last night, and they asked me about what is FAMU wins if, and I pretty much come to the conclusion if we're consistent with what we've done all season, because we know that Howard is going to try to run the ball. That's their bread and butter. And also mentioned last night in talking to them, and we talked about it, that when you flip the script and it's our offense against their defense, they have a player who's player of the year, and this is not to mean that anybody else is chopped liver, but he can only cover one area or one person. And we have 3 deep at tight ends that are graduates or fifth-year seniors. Same for on our outside, our speediest receivers between Marcus Riley and K-Dot. Then we also have height with David Manigo. And then you also can bring in Kareem Burke, get a little speed in the backfield. And we gas it, and we've got a triple threat in the run in the backfield with Terrell Jennings starting to lead the pack and be that alpha dog, and everyone else, offering a different aspect, but also being able to pick up yards. So we talk about, I guess the primary thing has been our defense against the run game, but I don't know to what degree folks have looked at the flip side of it, where they have the number one, I don't know if it's in the FCS, I think it is one pass efficiency defense or something along those lines.
Oh,
But
it's not
I
bad. Yeah,
I don't know.
their pass defense is been pretty good this year.
But I don't know to what degree.
Yes.
Remember I talked about empty stats.
Yes, exactly.
They, from a statistical standpoint, they good in their conference, but they play in a conference where I think the number one offense might be them, and I think
I think it might have been.
And they only put up like 107 or 80 yards per game. So
passing.
So it's not a pass proficient league.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested to see, because the weakness of their defense, by all accounts, they say it's they run defense, but I would argue that it's their back end that's the real issue. Once you get past that front four, that front seven, then those guys don't cover that well, and they don't tackle that well, to be frank. So, our big bats against that secondary, that's going to be a real key.
I think it'll be a good opportunity for the tight ends to feast.
Yes.
I think that's the – I know there's going to be focus on Jamari Shareed and Marcus Riley and even Nick Dixon and the other receivers, but those, Stevens, Gross, those guys, even Pruitt. We're talking big guys who I think running 2 tight end sets, opportunity, especially around the red zone area, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for those guys to feast.
And we're going to be healthy. I can't emphasize that enough, particularly up front, because we've held up with our skill levels. And Musa, since he's been here, he's not missed a start.
No, he has not.
Other than when we set him out the Lincoln game, of course.
Right.
But in terms of injuries, we've been very blessed and fortunate on that. And so he's been able to play pretty much every game. So, but to have that offensive line healthy and that depth, I'm telling you, regardless of how the game starts, third quarter, I do not anticipate by the time the third quarter is over that this game is going to be within 10 points.
Okay. We've been given a list of who we expect to come through Media Row. Of course, Coach Simmons, the coordinators, Coach Henry, Coach Smitty Rock.
They talk ball.
Can't
wait to talk to them.
We'll both be coming through. Also, in terms of the players, Jeremy Musa, Isaiah Major, Javen Morgan, and Terrell Jennings will all be coming through, and VP Sykes will be coming through as well. So hopefully making her debut on the ONG Strike Zone. So I'm looking forward to having
all of those folks coming in. Might even be a few other people that popped through. I know we've seen our sports information director, Josh Padilla, here. He's working hard. There might be a few other FAMU folks that we'll get a chance to say hey to that'll come through. Right. And other dignitaries, yeah. So it'll be fun.
It'd be nice if I don't know if they're going to come back, but we had Florida Memorial Band director who's a FAMU alumni, and Brandy Mitchell, who's also a FAMU.
I ran into Dr. Beckford as I was coming in, and so I shared our sentiments from Wednesday. I told him that, hey, Rattler Nation is behind you and Florida Memorial tonight in the Band of the Year event. And so he guaranteed if we don't get him today, okay, we definitely will get him after they win the competition tonight. I'm calling it, speaking it into existence.
That's right.
So after they win tonight, he said, definitely I'll be on the show on Wednesday. So we've already got, one national champion booked. And we'll go from there, man. So looking forward to it. Good to see Mr. Andrew Roberts here, SWAC VP of Communications here. Here we are. Beautiful weather outside. Great walking around weather here in Atlanta. So 55 degrees. There's no real wind factor. There's no rain.
It's not supposed to rain initially. The forecast said it was supposed to be 80 to 90%
after the game.
For tomorrow. But now that the weather, the Lord has delayed the weather.
Hey, look.
So after we lay hands on these bison, right? So he's delayed the weather enough so that we can get to the game and maybe tailgate a little bit, enjoy ourselves afterwards before the rain comes in. So everything is pointing to a wonderful Rattler Championship weekend.
I say open the roof. Open the roof.
And I've got Kofi on the brain right now.
Oh, man. That's what I said. Open the roof. I want my boy to see this one. I want my boy to see this. Open the roof.
We've got that angel. Everything's pointing. I think Howard's going to be in trouble, man. I really do.
Let's take a short break. You're watching the ONG Strike Zone right here live from Radio Row. We'll be back in just a moment.
Open daily from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, we're open till 4 a.m. Come to Mango's and put some spice in your life. Oh, we've got a good thing going. Mango's Caribbean Restaurant, 180 Auburn Avenue, right next to Royal Peacock in downtown Atlanta. For more info or directions, call 404-698-3992 or log on to mangoscaribbeanrestaurant.com. For instant coupons, text MANGOS to 313131. Mango's Caribbean Restaurant. Authentic Caribbean cuisine.
Press the analytic data with your hip hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they wanna love, and who the ball. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gon' teach a lesson.
It's Dr. Cavil's inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington. Charles is running on fume. We got to get him something to eat. So it looks like I might have 2 steak dinners I got to get rid of. I don't know. I keep getting the steak, man. This all up.
You know who to go to.
You know who we have. We have the head football coach. Let me put some respect on that. Champion head football coach, Coach Willie Simmons of the Florida A&M Rattlers, winner of the 2023 SWAC Championship football-wise. Let me do this right. I know you've been running around, everything. How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing well. Just got off the practice field, and we're ripping and running. A lot of events for the guys, which is great. The Celebration Bowl, the NFL Players Association, they're doing a lot of events for the guys, financial literacy, different symposiums, and so we're trying to squeeze all that in around getting ready to go and play a huge game on Saturday.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot going on. We're here in Atlanta at the Omni, where the coaches and players stay getting ready for this big football game, and you just talked about coming out of practice. How did practice go?
It was spirited. I thought the guys did a great job. Shout out to Woodward Academy. Coach Hunt there, allowing us to utilize their resources and facilities. And one of our former alum, Mario Allen, not former alum, an alum, one of our former players, Mario Allen, coaches their quarterback. So connected with him last week, told him we needed somewhere to practice. They set it up for us, and I thought it was a great day.
It's good to to hear. It's good to hear. Charles, you want to follow up with that?
Well, yeah, I did want to follow up with in terms of.
Was that your stomach growling I hear?
I know, right? Thanks, Coach. Yeah, put me on blast.
I wanted to ask you, and you touched on it, in terms of all the events that are going on with regards to the pageantry of the Celebration Bowl, but making sure that you fine-tune everything prior to Saturday. What has that process been like? Did you implement the game plan prior to coming here and knowing that a lot of things are going to be going on this week? Or
Well, I think fortunately for me and this football team, I've been a part of bowls before as a player and even as a coach. And so I tell the guys all the time, if we were the only ones dealing with something, then I would allow us to make excuses for it. But we're not. Bowl season is I think there are 50-plus bowls. So every team that's playing in a bowl this year has to do the same thing we're doing. They go to a foreign city, they have a bunch of events, and they have to prepare for the game. And typically you go in 3 to 4 days prior to actually playing. So just my experience
having to navigate the different events like we talked about, still having to prepare, still having to do staff meetings, and try to stay as consistent with our routine as possible is something that I think is very, very critical for our preparation. So we had our normal Thursday practice, and the guys were, like I said, they were focused and locked in, and now they're having lunch, and they'll finish that up and go right to a financial literacy seminar that the NFL puts on. So again, just trying to balance everything, but not taking away from the main thing, which is the game on Saturday. Sure. But I do think it's great that we get to experience all of the other events. And fortunately for us, playing in the Orange Blossom Classic, the start of the season kind of gave us a preview of that, because much like a bowl, the Orange Blossom Classic brings you in early, has some events and things for the guys. And so this isn't unfamiliar territory for our football team.
Sure thing.
It's a great point when you talk about the preparation of classics, how it's unique to HBCUs, but it prepares you in a lot of ways for this bowl experience. But I want to take it in a little different direction in terms of the orange and green. In a lot of ways, you're talking about Air Jordan, but LeBron James. I know I want to get a long list for those shoes. I know this list, but to put me somewhere on the list, I can get there. But all in seriousness, in terms of the magnitude that excited me having a chance to come to the press conference on last Thursday was the pride in the mix. Both coaches talked about the academic framework of these institutions and getting it done in athletics as well, and that there's not a or option, it's an option. Talk about your excitement in terms of the academic pedigree of FAMU, as well as what you're able to do with your players from that perspective. Yeah, I think that's a very, very important point and a key aspect of our overall, recruitment and us just pushing the brand that is not only FAMU and Howard University, but HBCUs as a whole. One of the things, and I think I can speak for pretty much every HBCU head football coach, one of the more challenging things that we face when we go out to recruit are the negative stereotypes, oftentimes associated with HBCUs. There's this misconception or this stigma that our schools are second rate, and so that's why it was so important for our administration, led by President Dr. Larry Robinson, to push this initiative to break the top 100 public institutions nationally. And when we go into a home now, it's not just we're the number one public HBCU, which we take great pride in, but we can also boast that we're one of the top 100 public schools in America. And that's profound, right? There are over 1,000 public institutions across the country, and FAMU's in the top 10%. And again, we talk about it from our perspective, but when you look at the schools falling next in line, I mean, there's some great academic institutions. I've been blessed to be a part of 3 at Alcorn State, Prairie View A&M, and now Florida A&M. All 3 institutions, top-notch academically, do a great job of preparing our young men and women for life. Jackson State, another one. So, again, I think that's just something that we have a chance to really, really push this weekend, just the black excellence that is HBCUs. We've been around for a long time, and we'll continue to be around because the proof is in the pudding when you look at the percentage of doctors and lawyers and pharmacists, educators that come from HBCUs. We're making up over half the population of African Americans and minorities in those respective fields,
and I think that's monumental. And so having a football game is great because you have two really good institutions athletically, but what can be talked about from an academic standpoint when you really start to talk about a Florida A&M and a Howard University, I think people watching this game maybe for the first time, their first experience with HBCUs, it'll open some eyes to what we can accomplish and what our young men and women accomplish across the country and the world.
I asked Coach Scott this very question as he sat here 15, 20 minutes ago, but you carry the banner for the SWAC in this Celebration Bowl. Is there any more pressure in terms of coming into this game that you might be experiencing? It's different from their perspective. They've been the victor in the Celebration Bowl, but how do you look at it from your perspective?
Well, again, that word pressure has different connotations. You have some people that say there's no such thing as pressure. You have other people use the cliche, pressure, forms diamonds and all those different things. But I've always been a self-driven and self-motivated individual. No one can place higher standards on me than I place on myself.
Sure.
And so I fully expect to prepare our football team to go in and play a great game on Saturday. I try to push our guys to set high expectations for themselves. And people ask me all the time, how I feel. Well, I feel like we're a team that has another game to play, and I'll start celebrating about 3 o'clock on Saturday, and so don't want our team to get to the point where we're riding those emotional highs or we're experiencing lows, because in football it's going to bring a lot of successes but also a lot of letdowns, and how we respond to those things ultimately determine who we are. And so I don't want to wrap everything up in this one game. Win, lose, or draw, and we clearly expect to win, but win, lose, or draw, there's no failure this weekend.
Sure.
Somebody has to win the game. Somebody will lose the game, but there are no failures. We're all winners. And so, again, we talk about what we can get out of this game as far as just highlighting our institutions and our brands, what we're able to accomplish. I mean, that's the main thing. So, for us, no pressure. I appreciate the support. I've probably gotten a text or a call from every head coach in the SWAC. The commissioner, has been right here, and of course, he makes it known every time you see him what the expectation is. And, so again, it's not pressure, it's support. It's a lot of support from the SWAC. I mean, other schools. I mean, this is the one time where it's okay that a FAMU and a Jackson State fan can be on the same page.
Yeah.
Right?
One SWAC.
One SWAC.
Yeah.
A Southern fan and a FAMU fan. Last year it was a Southern fan and a Jackson fan. So, we're all one. We're all the Southwestern Athletic Conference pulling together. Everyone is on the FAMU bandwagon for this weekend because, again, we want to bring the Celebration Bowl back to the SWAC. And we're tired of hearing the narrative, of the MEAC's quote-unquote dominance over the SWAC. We don't like it. We feel it's untrue and unjust, and we have to do our part to make sure that we prove that, So there's no pressure per se from an outside perspective. I put pressure on myself to make sure that I'm preparing myself and I'm preparing this team. So, the temptation to, see the sights and the we're right here in the mecca of everything. You look out the glass, you got a Ferris wheel right outside. You got
Yeah. I love my HBCU. And boy, I love it, love it. I love it, love it. I love my HBCU. And man, I hope my team they won one. Yeah. I hope my team they won one. Yeah. Man, I hope my team they won one. I hope my team they won one. Yeah. I tune into the HBCU Sports Lab to see if my team won or lost. If they lost, I'm quiet as a mouse. But if they won, keep tab. I'ma do the dab, yeah. Dr. Cavil, he know what he be talking about. Mike and Charles, they know what they be talking about. They compress the analytic data with the hip hop. If you know them like I know them, they gon' tell you if your team, if they won or lost, and who the ball. So listen to Professor, yes sir, and pay attention, cause he gon' teach a lesson.
This is Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab. We're back at it. We're over here in the Omni with the bar, and it's starting to pick up. It's starting to buzz. We talked about that a little bit
lathering
yesterday.
Up a little bit.
It's lathering up. We see golf in here, the AD from Prairie View A&M University. We see Chris Peterson in here, the AD from UAPB.
Hakeem McClellan,
Mississippi Valley. Saw him. He just snuck in here. Give him a shout out there. So they around here. We have Hall of Famers. Alcorn State Braves in here, sitting out here with his colleagues and friends. A frat brother of ours in the mix. So it's big.
Yeah.
We got Green over here. FAMU folks are starting to
make their way in.
And much like you know about Jackson State or Southern, Grambling, Alcorn. I love it because they wear their colors.
Yeah.
They're going to put on their stuff.
Yeah.
And they're going to make sure that you know that they
wear
here.
it proud. Exactly.
Now, Charles, it took me everything to make sure I didn't order a drink. So let's see how long we can go through the show.
About to say, we got X number of minutes.
It's been a long day. We've been good. We put all the work in.
Yes, we have.
It's time to celebrate. But we're going to try to give you a good hour.
There you go.
To make sure before we get too far into it. Let me shout out some of these folks as we do it and make sure that we open it up properly. This is Dr. Ville's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab, episode 470 of Inside the HBCU Sports Radio Show and Podcast. The show that's covering the sporting HBCU dash for all things HBCU sports for institutions large and small, from the NEIA to the NCAA. We share insights and information on the HBCU sports culture, HBCU athletic aesthetics to facilitate the story of HBCU athletic programs in the business of HBCU sports. I'm your host, Dr. Kenyatta Cavil, along with my co-host, Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Mike is still on assignment. He promised he will be here tomorrow, so y'all will see him. And you know what happens when he comes to town. We really get off script. We are filming from our home studios and sending a signal live to KCOH 1230 M studios with the Radio Hall of Fame, multi-Hall of Famer Ralph Cooper. Not at the beautiful home of Texas Southern University. I guess we could say AU Center, Morehouse College, Clark Atlanta University.
Yeah, on the road. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab on the road. There
Top
you go.
Draft
Yeah.
is the spot to be in Omni, man. If you want to see the big timers and see them all in one place, we chose it right.
Yeah.
We're going to have a post thing afterwards, invitation only. You know, I told you about my suite. So I like my suites in the stadium. I like my suites in the hotel.
Medium well steak. There you go.
Oh, this is going to be a good one.
Graduate to medium well. That's when you're doing it.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Chuck Hunt, LaShant Harris, and Deese. Wendy Jenkins Bishop, Jimmy L. Wilson is in there.
Mm-hmm.
Carol is in the house. Watching Silas Edward McMorris, who is in Michael Ford, Lawrence D. White. Who we have? Wendell, Brother Davis is in here. Lawrence is in the building. That's Mary Allen. Good stuff. Much love to all of y'all that tuned us in. We're going to take you in here. I know some of y'all on your ways. Some of y'all boarding planes as we speak now in the airport.
Mm-hmm.
Some of y'all are landing from the airport as you get to your hotel. Some of y'all be flying in tomorrow. At different times, we certainly going to make sure that you understand what it means to be in the house in Atlanta. We have a big game that we're here for.
Yes.
Band championships that we're here for. Dr. Howard Henderson is in the building. He's cheat coded us. He didn't get the message. He's supposed to wait until after he can't join us in the show right there. In terms of that,
right?
You can have a seat over there by Roy in that area. You want to just relax a little bit.
Got Alabama State's SID over here.
Yeah, he's come back. He's checked in. He's ready to go. Look fine. He's going to solve the world's problems. We're going to have that. Look at it. I told you. Hakeem is over here. AD. Make sure we give Mississippi Valley State some love.
Yes, indeed. Delta Devils in the house.
Yeah, Delta. Oh, you good? You good? Represent. I know you busy. Y'all talking business over there. Taking shop and stuff like that. So they're getting it done. So this is the place to be. Southwestern Athletic Conference, Mid-Eastern Athletic Conference, and boy, when we turn out and it's time to do it big, we're doing it big.
The merging of the two worlds. Yeah.
Exactly. You got FAMU bus heading over there to the Champions Dinner. That is at the College Hall of Fame. That's a beautiful event.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, we actually did our show from inside there. But we always are twisting, always turning, always getting it done. Last year we got to do the barbershop. We'll probably go back to the barbershop and shoot it from the barbershop next year.
Sure.
Let you know how that's going and those kind of things.
That has been a huge attraction here with regards to the Celebration Bowl.
Those young men love it.
Yeah, the athletes in the grooming session there. Big time atmosphere when you talk about all the accoutrements of the bowl experience. So that's pretty cool.
Accoutrements.
Yeah.
Put out the SAT word. He said he's not impressed. He say, come on more. Dig deeper.
Dig deeper, exactly.
With that being said, anything else that you want to share before we get into some of this news?
Yeah.
What has kind of excited you? I know you took place in the first.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the ONG Strike Zone live here at Radio Row. Brian Fulford and Marcus Green. It's a pleasure to be joined by our Vice President and Athletic Director, Miss Tiffany Dawn Sykes, my Spartan sister. Pleasure. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the ONG.
Thank you so much for having me.
How's Atlanta? How's the trip been so far?
The trip's been great. I actually got in late Tuesday night so I could work on some logistics so that the team would have a smooth arrival. But, of course, our great DFO, LaTroy Johnson, had everything in order. So, everything's been great. This is actually I grew up as a CIAA baby. Mm-hmm. My dad played basketball in the CIAA, and the CIAA tournament used to be my favorite sporting event. Since the Celebration Bowl started, I've only missed 2 of these.
Okay.
And this has become my favorite sporting event, not just HBCU sporting event. It is my favorite sporting event of the year. So for me to have the opportunity to wrap up my first year as Vice President and Athletic Director at FAMU at the Celebration Bowl is pretty special for me.
What is it about this event as you look at this, and obviously you have the CIAA tournament sort of to kind of compare and contrast. What is it about the Celebration Bowl that is so huge? I mean, last year was my first year, and I've been bragging for the last year to people like, oh, you have to come to this. What do you see? What have you seen?
Well, I think, when you look at HBCUs from all across the country, I'm talking Central State, Wilberforce, Prairie View, Norfolk State, Florida A&M, I mean, all across the country, we have a number of alumni who have settled, for lack of a better term, in Atlanta. For example, Florida A&M has 3 alumni chapters in the greater Atlanta area. So to bring an event of this magnitude never just brings out the 2 competing teams. We will see people at this game tomorrow in full force from FAMU and a little lesser force from Howard University, but you're going to see people from Winston-Salem State wearing their Winston-Salem State gear. Right. You're going to see people from St. Paul's College, which is now defunct, wearing their St. Paul's gear. You're going to see people, from every school. And I think, as an 2-time HBCU alum, we always talk about the HBCU family, right? We might bicker and pick back and forth, but when it comes to us versus them, it's always going to be us. And this event gives an opportunity for all of us to be together. And that's one thing I really, really enjoy about this event.
Right. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yes, there's one question I wanted to ask. I know there's a lot of excitement around the game and a lot of excitement about you coming upon your first year or concluding your first year as Athletic Director and Vice President at Florida A&M. I wanted to ask, and based on your past experiences and sharing information with other athletic directors, and us having had 5 championships in the last couple of years, having been in the SWAC, what opportunities do you see for the FAMU Athletic Department in order to continue to grow and become that model or sustain that model of being the best athletic department?
Well, we have had a remarkable time, being able to have the number of reigning champions that we have with the number of sports. We only offer 14 sports at FAMU. That is the lowest number of sports you can have to qualify as a Division I institution. I think in the SWAC, the only 2 schools with 14 are us and University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. I would love to find the resources to add another sport during my tenure as AD, at FAMU. But thinking about what it is to be successful, I've told repeatedly, my goal is for every student athlete to walk away with a degree in one hand and a championship ring on the other. So while I get to sit and do these interviews and be regarded as the vice president and athletic director, the one thing I shared out even at the board of trustee meetings, we don't have this level of success if we don't have internal and external stakeholder support, right? It means so much. We're in a social media world. So for our student athletes to be able to get on their now X accounts and be loved on by alumni is incredible. But, everyone knows about what happened kind of in week 0 and the season of 2022. And, that was my number one focus when I stepped into this role, for that to never happen again. Right. But that does not happen, one, without the help of the provost, the registrar's office, academic advising inside athletics and outside athletics, because what people fail to realize is when you start your season, you're down 20 players in week 1, you're down 10 players in week 2, you're down. You don't get to see your full complement and your full roster and everyone to get reps together as a cohesive unit until you're in week 2, 3, 4. The fact that we were able to work together to make sure that he had his full complement of players and they were able to see what they had from the first time we kicked off, that's what leads to this success. Coach Simmons is an excellent coach. He has it. The way he manages and leads his program is phenomenal. But I've got to give credit to all of the people at our institution who put him in a position to be able to do that.
And I've told people, it's like when you took this job, this was a challenging job, because I'm going to use the analogy of a boat with a lot of holes in it. And it's like, which hole am I going to fix? And there's a lot of holes, and people are like, well, she needs to do this. And I kept saying, no, the first hole that needs to get fixed is the one that put us in a bad spot in the beginning of 22. And all that other stuff I know will come, and I know she's going to be able to get it done. And, yeah, it's going there's going to be hurt feelings from a lot of people who want to see X, Y, and Z done. But seeing that compliance done and what it has led to is now it's like, okay, we've patched that hole. We repaired that hole. Now we're working on other things. And so it brings me to this, the resources and the finances of FAMU and FAMU athletics are a challenge. And I look at this stage that we're in, and I estimate, I don't know how we track this, but I'm thinking 30-something thousand Rattlers will be plus in attendance. How do we get those Rattlers engaged in donating to athletics and giving to athletics to increase that revenue? What kind of things are you wanting to see happen from this, whether it be in-game, post-game, whatever? Because I know that's something that you're working on, but right. I mean, it's a big challenge.
Well, I continue to tie this back to compliance, right? Because when we're talking about alumni wanting to invest and we talk about corporate partners wanting to invest, we have to make sure that there is no reputational risk, right? So one, we wanted to make sure that we had everything in line internally to make sure that we could share with our stakeholders that this is a good investment of your time. This is a good investment of your resources. But you're right. I need to be in a position to capitalize on those resources. So even with this trip, the Celebration Bowl, the greatest football bowl game, in my opinion, I met with the Atlanta Braves while I was here, right? They have a Hank Aaron Foundation that provides resources to baseball and softball teams. Nice. And so I laid out, we need turf, right? At FAMU Baseball. That's a $2.1 million project. Right? We have a number of things that just require resources. The bathrooms have been the hottest topic on facilities since I've been here. That's an $8 million project, right? So, there have been so many, I hate to say small things that we're doing, but I told my external relations team, don't print a single thing from athletics without putting a QR code that goes to the Rattler Athletic Fund.
Amen.
Right?
Amen.
When we go places, we now travel with placards with the QR codes on it, and God bless Sean and Lakeisha Gaines, who are in our Gaither Society, which is a club of $25,000 plus donation annually. She's hosted a strike tour event, which raised close to 6 figures. She's donated well over her $25,000 commitment, and she was in her suite at the Florida Classic with those same placards, making people scan the QR code and donate to the Rattler Athletic Fund, to get into her suite. And we need that level of aggressive recruiting, from our alumni and those who say they love us in order to provide these experiences, for our student athletes.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Once again, I'm kind of looking at coming up on your anniversary of starting officially as the athletic director and VP, what would you hallmark as the most impactful accomplishment over the first year?
Oh my gosh, the most impactful accomplishment in our first year. There is some data that we have turned into the NCAA that will be shared publicly in the spring. And I cannot really share the full details of that. But I think Rattler Nation is going to be really, really pleased of the outcome. I mean, it is going to be probably the most significant positive data report that we have had. Everyone talks and they make memes and they send me things about our APR, and we did a lot of things to make some corrections there. I've got to show some love to Rika Calhoun, who's Director, University of Compliance and Ethics, but also we brought in Brittany Johnson, who is our Senior Associate AD for Compliance, and her team of people, because not only are they able to educate, they have the historical data on how to go back and analyze the trends. Okay. So where are we having trouble academically? Where are we having challenges in eligibility that puts us in a position to take corrective action? So I think my most significant thing is to be announced very, very soon.
Okay. I love it. I love it. Thank you. I know your time is short, and I don't want to keep you long. I just want to let you know we are here to help the athletic department and you in whatever way. So if ever you have a fundraising goal or initiative that you want, spoken to or about to Rattler Nation, let us. And there's a lot of great entities that are, promoting FAMU athletics, and I know we're always talking about do more with more. We want FAMU to do more with more, and so whatever we can do to help drive dollars into, whether obviously we may not be able to reach those big time boosters, but there's a lot of small time Rattlers that'll give $18.87 every quarter, every month or whatever, and that adds up.
It sure does.
So whatever we can do to help, please use us. Please, whatever we can do, we'll promote it. We'll promote the heck out of it, and we are there to support you, to support the athletic department, because we know our university is great. And we want to continue to be great. And I want to say we appreciate you. And I know this first year has been fun and exciting. It's also been challenging. And there are great days ahead, So I want you to know you have support. You have support from the ONG Strike Zone. We want you and want FAMU athletics to be great. And so I just wanted to say that. And that's it. That's it.
Yep, I appreciate you. I've mentioned it already, but the Rattler Athletic Fund, if you're listening, every single dollar goes to support, our student athletes, our programs in some ways. So when there are, when there are, we have teams with limited recruiting budgets, and once they exhaust their budgets, I go into the Rattler Athletic Fund to help provide expenses for our coaches to go in and recruit and bring back the best athletes that we have. We are the football team, right? They have told me, AD Tiffany, when we win this celebration bowl, we don't want one ring, we want two. We want one to celebrate the SWAC championship. Yep. We want one ring to celebrate the celebration bowl. One ring is going to cost us about $60,000 to $70,000. So that's about let's say $140,000 fundraising effort that's going to need to take place to give them what they deserve. So, again, I promise to be a great steward of every single penny that comes in to support our student athletes, support our coaches, and really take FAMU athletics to the next level.
30,000 Rattlers donating $18.87 to drive that's done. Do the math, folks. 30,000 Rattlers in Atlanta just donating the minimum, $18.87. Our guys will have those rings. And who knows, you might even make it available so we can buy some rings, too, as supporters. I'm just saying, I'm just putting that out there.
We do. We have had some conversations with a few ring vendors about creating fan rings to make them available whenever we win championships. And, I've thought about some different models. Do we sell the fan ring at a premium to raise money? Or do we sell the fan ring at a cost that requires them to purchase a ring for a student athlete?
Yeah, I don't like that. I
Right?
like that. Yeah.
You want to buy a ring, you got to sponsor a ring and cover the cost of both.
We got to figure out who we're going to sponsor. Somebody sponsor one from the show, exactly.
And that's the thing, we get these really nice presentation boxes, and I've talked to one of our companies about, can I say Tiffany Sykes sponsors J-Mo and his championship ring, and it's and you can go on the website. We can have a drop-down box. Tiffany can select J. Van Morgan's name as the person she wants to sponsor, and then their name gets put in the presentation box. So we're looking at some really creative ways to celebrate.
Okay. And that's the type of thing I was speaking of earlier in terms of what you may have seen, not only creative ideas, but what you may have seen elsewhere to bring here that would generate or enhance, put gas on the fire that's already lit.
Yeah, every place is different. My most recent experience, I was at an Ivy League institution, and I was telling someone, I had a $2.5 million project for our ski program, and a 30-minute call with the Friends of Dartmouth Skiing, and the man says, well, I can give you $1 million without talking to my wife, but I need to talk to my wife about the other $1.5 million. That's pretty easy work, right? And we have some opportunities out there. We have a lot of people, a lot of untapped people. But like you said, even the donation of $18.87, when you get someone who is a first-time donor, they continue to receive information from the Rattler Athletic Fund. They receive information from Dr. Shante Friday-Stroud's team, who's doing an excellent job with the University Foundation. And I think, for me, every time my alma mater sends me something asking me to give money, I give money. Right? Yep. But sometimes people don't get the ask. So it's really important that we get them on the hook for that first donation and let the work become a little easier for us.
Yes. Well, again, thank you, VP Sykes, for joining us. We look forward to a great celebration this weekend, and even a bigger one I'm going to estimate by 3:45, 4 o'clock. I think if I recall last year, by about 4 o'clock, watch out, because the streets are going to be orange and greened out in Atlanta. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with some more guests. You're watching the ONG Strike Zone live from the Cricket Celebration Bowl Radio Row.
I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
He's an 8. He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplify Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplify Development Services.
The Cavil Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cavil.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties. Through its programs, Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and parenting education coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavil of Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
Welcome back to the O&G Strike Zone, live here at the Cricket Celebration Bowl Radio Row. Brian Fulford, Kelvin Rozier. Joining us is the SWAC Defensive Player of the Year, Isaiah Major. Isaiah, welcome. How you doing, my man?
Man, I'm good. I'm blessed to be here. Thank you for having me.
So, look, I want to say this because I heard in a previous interview you were talking about this is your first trip to the A. Obviously, it's a business trip.
Yes, sir.
What's the experience been like so far over the past couple of days since you've been up here?
It's definitely been a blessing to go to the World of Coke, the College Football Hall of Fame. Just knowing where I come from in Oklahoma City, never seeing something of this magnitude, and for it to be, for HBCUs, for us, so it's definitely a blessing.
It's interesting, football gives you opportunities to go a lot of places and see a lot of things. And you talk about where you come from. Over these past 2 seasons with the Rattlers, I mean, outside of this event, what have been some of the trips and places you've been to that have really stuck with you, resonated? You're like, man, I never thought I'd get there, or this is the first time I've been there, or just the experience of where I was.
Well, coming to FAMU was my first time coming to Florida, even on my official visit. It was my first time coming to Florida. So when we went to Miami for the first time, I was like a kid at Willy Wonka factory. I mean, I was the happiest man alive. I had never seen it. And then to go down to Orlando for the Classic and drive past the SeaWorld Disneyland to see all of that, and just to know it's out there, and never really seen it or come across it. I mean, it's mind-blowing. So, I mean, those are probably the biggest ones. Yeah, Miami or going to the Classic.
That's important, man. And I'm sure when you're able to go back home and talk to young people in Oklahoma City or just in that Southwest region and let them know that, hey, there's places outside of here. I mean, you're going to be a great advocate for those guys doing the right things and moving and seeing the world and whether it be sports or whatever, those opportunities that it can bring to you. Go ahead, Kel.
I want you to talk about your journey just at FAMU. Once you got here, starting from your last year to this year. What has it been like? I'm really big on a student experience, student-athlete experience, and I wanted to be as positive. Just talk about your journey and what FAMU, just being on this team, playing for this coach in front of this fan base. Talk about that journey.
Well, coming in, Florida loves Florida. I'll
Yes.
say that. Florida loves Florida. So, at first it was some eyeballing across the room, but, they definitely did open up to me. And when they say FAMU League, we are FAMU League. So, after a while, I became a part of the family. I actually started my first spring practice. Just how hard I worked, how the coaches were able to work with me just as far as getting in the playbook, and my teammates wanted to work with me. So, as far as that, getting that initiation process, I feel like it's probably the smoothest I've ever had with transferring from school to school. As far as the transition in the last season, playing my first D1 game, I kind of walked into the season with a lot of jitters, especially North Carolina, it being ACC football. So, I would say for the first 2, 3, 4 games, I was just running around. I was just running, man. I knew the playbook, but I was just running. So, as we got into it later, we became more comfortable. Our chemistry developed more. And I slowly but started to gain a leadership role last season. Just cats started to listen to me, and we started to get on the same page. So, after we came up short, not making the playoffs, my leadership role kind of stepped up even more. It kind of, grew. So coming into this season, just knowing what we had as a team, knowing what my job was as a leader. So, that my team and my team, man, they make it easy. I will say they make it very easy in some aspects. I'm nothing without them, just a mere player. So, it's definitely been a smooth transition, a blessing.
Mm-hmm. Does that leadership role come from actions, words? What is it? Is it something you were initially comfortable or looking forward to, or just kind of talk about your growth into a leader of this defense?
Well, I've kind of actually had a knack for it my entire life. Okay. So I remember in the 4th grade, my mother told me, you'll either lead your friends to destruction or to greatness.
Wow.
Because I had people who naturally flock to me. It's just, I don't know what it is. So, as far as looking forward to it, I can't say I really was. But, I wanted to be respected. I wanted to be, everybody wants to be the man at some point, but that's what comes with it. So, it's definitely something I've carried with me my entire life, but like I said, my teammates made it easy, and I'm big on leading by action. So, like I tell everybody, I'm no bigger than a team. I'm a common foot soldier in this army, and that allows guys to follow you. When they see you work just hard as them, they see you pick up trash, step behind the white line, get an extra rep, it's easier for them to go and do it because their leader is doing it just with them.
Nice.
So we anticipated this year. I want to focus on this year. There was high expectations going into the season, and there was an expectation that the defense would be the strength of this team, and it has been a strength of the team. You had a great season, conference player of the year. Coach Smitty Rock done had a lot of accolades and so forth. A lot of your teammates on the defensive side have made, all conference teams. What has made this season so successful? Why did y'all live up to those expectations? Explain what promoted y'all's success.
I would say just our attitude, our mentality on a day-to-day basis. Smitty Rock, is one of the greatest defensive coach I've had. I won't say one of them. I've never been on a number 1 ranked defense in any conference, but let alone the country. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, he's taught me, my IQ has jumped tremendously with him, and just to my teammates, our dedication as a whole to want to be dominant, to want to be the best, from Javon Morgan, Lovey Jenkins, my D-line, Stanley Mentor, General Hunt, everybody is on the same page. We want to be the best. We want to dominate. And when you have guys like that who come in, day out, no matter if it's a scout team, one's offense, you treat everybody the same. The product on Saturday is what it is.
Absolutely.
Going into this game, we were talking earlier when we started about Howard and what they do well, and it looks like their running game, their 3-headed running back group. When you watch the film, as you've done over the past couple weeks, what do you see? What are your thoughts from a defensive perspective of what you and your teammates have to do really well on Saturday to make sure, we come home with that trophy?
Well, the first thing I would say we have to do is just relax
Okay.
and play Rattler football.
Okay.
Relax and play Rattler football. But as far as Howard's strength, and the three-headed monster, they have 2 Hunt, James, who wears 5, and then 27, who kind of plays a lot of different positions. But, I mean, they run the ball hard. From what I can see on film, they wiggle through the smallest crease. So the backs can play good football. They have some big, hefty boys up front. So, I mean, I definitely think that'll be what they try to present to us.
Okay. You want to get any last one in, Kelvin?
Yeah. You've had a chance to play with 3 guys, essentially, that's on NFL rosters, and one who plays a position that you play, and he's playing at a high level, and he plays safety like you did at one time in college. So what does that say about our program and the standard that we set, that off of one black college team, none of them drafted, to have 3 guys on the NFL, that fraternity is very small.
Yes,
It's very few people, and we got 3 of them right now.
Sir.
Well, just kind of talk about that.
I mean, it's a blessing, I would say, and it gives me. I look forward to it. I mean, that was one of the reasons I came to FAMU. Marquise Bell played in the Jayhawk Conference. He played at Coffeyville Community College.
Okay.
I played at Independence, and to know that they were down the street from each other, and to see the impact and what he was able to do here, and to play with Isaiah Land and Xavier Smith, and just to see the work and what those guys did. I still talk to them on a daily basis. So I'm extremely grateful to even be mentioned in a conversation with guys who've already done it, you know what I mean? But just a testament to FAMU, like, especially on the defensive side of the ball, how we work. For a true testament to Coach Smitty and just our dark cloud defense. I mean, is beyond a blessing, like I was said.
Well, Isaiah, I just want to say on behalf of us and Rattler Nation, man, thank you.
Thank you.
You represent us and FAMU, us alums. You represent us well, and I know you about to be an alum. If not, if you already,
yes,
you haven't.
I've
okay, so you already
yes,
an alum. Yeah, but just the way you represent us on the field of play, man. We thank you. You know, and we just want you to just have fun and let it loose. I know y'all will, and we're excited. So congratulations, and be great tomorrow, man. We know you will. So have fun with it all. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a short break. Be back with more Rattlers in a moment. You're watching the O&G Strike Zone live here at the Celebration Bowl Radio Row.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
This is Ryan Fulford. A.D. Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
T. Madden & Associates is a sophisticated and experienced law firm located in your neighborhood. We're turning injury to cash.
T. Madden and Associates obtained almost $2 million for my injury. They turned my injury to cash.
Now, we can't guarantee how much your injury is worth, but we've recovered millions for our clients.
Call T. Madden and Associates at 833-PAID-123. That's 833-PAID-123.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history.
by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always Triple Protection System. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
As technology continues to bring changes to the world of education, it's time we also reimagine teacher professional development. Gone are the days of one-size-fits-all learning that can only be accessed at a specific time and place. The Stride PD Center is an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that allow educators to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. The best professional development plans are those that include a level of flexibility and choice for educators. Whether you're a teacher, school, or district, visit us today to take charge of your learning.
Welcome back to the ONG Strike Zone. Brian Marcus here, live here at the Celebration Bowl Radio Row. Joining us by SWAC Coach of the Year, Coach Willie Simmons, and SWAC Offensive Player of the Year, Jeremy Musa. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. How are we feeling?
Well, a lot of mixed emotions. We're excited. We're elated. We're fatigued right now with all the bowl festivities. But no, we're going to finish up preparations today and get us a little nap and get ready to go out there tomorrow and represent Rattler Nation.
Is everything in place, Coach? You feel like I can't even imagine all of the preparation between the obligations of media and then everything that's going with this bowl. What is this like for you and the staff in terms of, I know you like to say it's another game, but it's bigger than just another game, but I like the way you keep it in perspective. So talk a little bit about how you manage and the management of expectations and just the travel and things like that's going on right now.
Yeah, we obviously once we solidified our spot in the Cricket Celebration Bowl, my director of operations, LaTroy Johnson, and I put our heads together and started to figure out what would be the best course of action to prepare the way we needed to keep things as consistent as possible. But also prepare to get here on Wednesday for a Saturday game and go through some days of events that the bowl sets up. So we got 3 really good work days in Tallahassee, which was great for us. Then we took off that Wednesday morning and got here midday Wednesday and got another good practice in Thursday at one of the local high schools. So we feel like our preparation hadn't changed. That's the key thing. Now, obviously, navigating the events that the bowl puts on, that's a different story. But luckily for us, we got guys like Jeremy and some of the other guys who've been a part of bowls before, and they're not too overwhelmed by all of the scheduled events, many of which are very, very great events, seminars, workshops, financial literacy, and all those type of things that these guys can truly benefit from. It's all part of that bowl experience, and I'm sure maybe not right now because they're focused on the game, but once the game is over, they're able to kind of do a little recap. They'll appreciate what the Cricket Celebration Bowl and their team have put together for these guys to experience.
Jeremy, what have you enjoyed thus far in this bowl experience and the way it's been set up? What have you had a chance to really take in and enjoy?
Yeah, no, we got to see some cool places. World of Coke on Wednesday night. They kind of put together a whole little event for us, and one of the local high school bands was there. And last night, dinner at the College Football Hall of Fame. I'd never been there before, so it was cool to see that. But really, just all the time you get to spend with your teammates. When you're on the bus, when you're at the hotel, at practice. you know, just really savoring those last moments, you know, because, you know, my collegiate career is coming to an end. And that's some of the stuff I'm going to miss when I'm gone, you know, is just getting to bond and the camaraderie with all my teammates.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Yes. Well, first of all, congratulations to both of you on a tremendous season. And I guess this question is actually for both of you. And I guess I'm reflecting on bowl games past, you know, from this one's going back maybe 20 years or so that I remember watching. And actually Florida State was in it. And I wanted to ask, as a play caller and as a quarterback, you have 11 games or 12 games of things that you've done extremely well and had successful plays. But also your opponent in the bowl game will have that same film. How do you balance continuing to do what's successful in terms of what you've done versus if there's a specific play or scheme versus doing something, I guess they call it that game a tendency buster, where you do something that deviates? How do you balance that? I'm not asking for anything in particular, but how do you
kind of
balance
sounds like it. No, but no, I think that's a part of coaching. Obviously, you know, our goal and our philosophy here offensively is to be simple in our schemes, be complicated in our presentation of it. And so every week we're trying to figure out new and innovative ways, creative ways to get to the same base plays that we run. And so, you know, we're not necessarily adding plays. I think that's very difficult to add new plays. We just try to add new ways to get back to the things that we do. There's a wrinkle here or there, maybe an adjustment split, it may be a shift or a motion, something to just kind of give the defense something to think about. And obviously with the month to prepare, we're sure that Howard has broken down as much film as you can possibly break down in that period of time. But, yeah, for us, we're more concerned about making sure that our guys can execute at a high level, because most of our plays, fortunately for us on offense, have a run option and a pass option. You can't serve two masters. So defensively, you're going to commit yourself to stopping the run, or you're going to commit yourself to stopping the pass. And so as long as Jeremy and I work together to figure out what decision he needs to make when the ball is snapped, whether to run it or throw it, we should be in good shape. Even if they can kind of anticipate what's coming, you're still giving up something. And Jeremy's done a great job all year of finding those vulnerabilities within the defense to exploit them, and that's why he's a Conference Player of the Year, a Walter Payton Award finalist, and one of the top quarterbacks in America.
Thank you. How about you, Jeremy? You wanna jump in on that question at all?
Yeah, no, just like Coach said, you know, trying to give them different pictures to look at. You know, to the defense, that looks like something totally different, but to us, we're just running something that we've ran 100 times. So, you know, just playing into that. And, you know, at the end of the day, if they make a good call, you know, it's my job to get us out of that bad play. And, you know, coaches give me the ability to do so. So that's what, you know, is kind of on my plate. And then at the end of the day, you know, it's going to come down to us winning one-on-one matchups. You know, we rarely do you scheme it up where everyone's blocked, but there's going to be one guy that's, you know, free, and it's our job to make that one guy miss. And, you know, luckily we have pretty good athletes on the outside and big running backs and athletic running backs, you know, that can make people miss, run them over, and guys outside that can run past you. So I think we're in really good shape.
Let me ask, Coach, we've heard people talk about the difference between SWAC and MEAC, and I've heard you talk about how this team has been built. And with the, you know, you built this team inside out. As you've watched Howard now exclusively and intently over the past couple of weeks, what kind of things do you see that give you confidence, make you sleep a little bit easier, or maybe, hey, we have to be really sharp in these areas going into this game on Saturday?
Well, nothing makes you sleep easy, because at the end of the day, you still got to go out there and execute. But no, I think Howard's a very sound football team. They don't beat themselves. No, they found themselves in most games that they played. I think they had one game against Harvard where the game got out of reach. But every other game, either they won the game or they lost close. And so they don't make a lot of mistakes. They're one of the least penalized teams in the country. And so that shows that they have a level of discipline that keeps them in a good position. And so for us, like Jeremy said, they're going to force you to execute. I think that's a great challenge for our guys. I think speed-wise, talent for talent, we're probably the faster, more athletic team. Even in the trenches, I venture to say that we're probably deeper on the offensive and defensive lines than they are. You know, but the thing that you look at and see them on film is that they do execute at a high level. Their third down conversion percentage is 47%, which is one of the best in the country. They're leading the nation in pass defense. Even though they load the box to stop the run, they're leading the nation in pass defense. So all those things can pose some challenges for us. And like Jeremy said, we got to be able to throw and catch. We have to be able to be dynamic in the open field and make guys miss. And we got to hold on to the football. So for us, if we can do those things that we prided ourselves on doing all season, I think we'll have the type of offensive production that's needed to win a game of this magnitude.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Marcus.
One of the questions I wanted to ask you guys, and Coach, I may have asked you this previously when you've come on the ONG strike zone. In terms of looking at the run-pass ratio in past years, maybe going back to 2021 up to now, 2021 was more or less even, and it just happened to turn out that way. Last year was skewed, I want to say maybe plus 70 on the passing side, and this year seems to close that gap a little bit. We haven't looked at the final stats. And it seems like that is continuing to bode well. We've also noticed the improvement in the running game, which was a stated goal at the beginning of the season. How well do you think that transformation in terms of the run-pass ratio will benefit and lead to success on tomorrow?
Well, I mean, for us, it always starts with running the football. Even though I'm sitting beside the conference player of the year, who's a quarterback, his job becomes a lot easier when we can effectively run the football. One, it forces the defense to make a decision. Are they going to commit themselves to stopping the run, which means getting safeties involved, getting those apex defenders closer to the box, and removing the space that they can cover in the passing game. If we're able to run the ball and we force them to do that, now Jeremy can do what he does best, which is sit back and pick a defense apart. And so our ability to start to run the football has been something that we really committed ourselves to this offseason. That's why we went out and got Jacquez Yant from Nebraska. That's why we went and got Kevin Dean from Florida Atlantic, Cardell Thomas from LSU, Ashton Grable from Jacksonville, two guys on the offensive line. We really wanted to boost up our offensive line to be able to run the ball better. And once we ran the ball better, it really opened things up in the passing game for us. So the run-pass ratio is probably closer to 21. Last year was very skewed because we didn't run the ball very well at all. But this year we have been able to run the ball. Our yards per average are a lot higher, which ironically and coincidentally, our yards per pass are a lot higher because now it's creating those explosive plays because of play-action pass and things of that nature because we can run the ball effectively. So that's something we're always going to commit ourselves to doing is running the ball, and if we can do that, we know we can throw it. With this guy pulling the trigger, we can throw it against anyone. But if we can run it as well, it really, really makes us almost impossible team to defend.
Thank you.
Jeremy, coming up here, this is, as you mentioned, last collegiate game. How has this coach to your left, how has he made you a better quarterback over the past couple seasons since you arrived in Tallahassee?
Yeah, no, I mean, he's helped me grow in so many different ways, not only as a leader on the field, but, as a quarterback as well. And that's one of the reasons I chose to come to Florida A&M in the first place was the ability to get to learn from him, and Coach Black at the time. But, once he left, me and Coach Simmons talked about, what kind of the course of action we wanted to take. And I said, I wanted to learn from you. So, he took over the quarterback coaching duties, and I couldn't have been happier. I get to spend every day with him and the rest of the quarterbacks. But it makes it easy when you get to talk to the play caller and the quarterback coach and the head coach all in one person. You don't have to go around all those different hoops. But, I think that we challenge each other every day. He expects a lot from me, and I expect a lot from him. I'm always asking a lot of questions and, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? And I think it makes us both better. And ultimately, he knows what I expect out of myself. I know the expectation he has for me, and we try to hold each other to that every single day.
Coach, how has Jeremy made you a better coach, maybe a better quarterback coach, maybe a better play caller?
Well, no, I mean, one, like you said, just the ability to spend that much time with him. He's a film rat. He's a gym rat. Even before we started the interview, we were looking at the schedule. We got some downtime. He's ready to watch film already. You go in my office, there's 1,000 plays on the board that he's drawn up, to see if we can run these plays against the defenses that he's seen. So he's a true student of the game. That was one of the things in the recruiting process that excited me more than anything else. The more research we did and started questioning people and asking them about him, his knowledge of football was really what stood out, and so that is definitely held true. He knows the game. He understands it. He understands concepts. He brings great ideas to the table. We've changed a lot of how we look at things in the passing game because of Jeremy and what he's brought to the table. So I trust him. At times, there are times where I want him to do more. Because I've taken the reins off of him. And I tell him every week, it's just drive the car. It's his car. And if he wants to tint the windows, hey, go tint the windows. And I've never given that liberty to a quarterback. Throughout my coaching career, I've never given a quarterback as much freedom as I give Jeremy. He runs meetings. He does a lot of individual work with the quarterbacks when I'm out watching special teams. I mean, he takes the guys through drills. He and our offensive graduate assistant, who's a quarterback here at FAMU as well. So just to have a guy that's as mature as he is, that approaches the game the way that he does, it's allowed me to kind of let my guard down. Obviously as a coach, as a head coach, play caller, and quarterback coach, like Moose said, a lot of our success is contingent on what that position does. Mm-hmm. So a lot of coaches really put the reins on those guys and say, okay, look to me for everything. I give him the ability to check protections. I give him the ability to check routes even, to check runs, to passes, and vice versa. So just to have a guy that I can trust, to let my guard down a little bit, and I can coach him hard. People often look at our interactions. It's a love relationship that we have, and he, like you said, the expectations are extremely high. He knows I expect to win. I know that he expects to win. I mean, we pushed each other to be I'm the coach of the year because of Jeremy. Not saying he's the player of the year because of me, but our relationship has a lot to do with both of our success. Yeah. And it's just made me a coach that, for like I said, for the first time in my career, I can kind of hand the keys over to the quarterback and say, hey, run the show. Now, I don't know if I'll do that when he leaves. You got to earn that.
Yeah, you're right.
Come in with it. He's truly earned that right. But now I won't be so apprehensive if somebody else shows it in the future because we've had Jeremy, and the success he's had is again, I'd put him up against any quarterback that's played at this university.
Yeah, definitely one of the legends going down. Definitely. You want to add any last ones, or you want to get in there, or
just one quick, I guess more of a statement. But we're fortunate enough to have Steve Weiss from the NFL Network and D. Orlando Ledbetter, who's the Atlanta Falcons beat reporter, on the show the other day. And we had them on as, Howard alums, but we also spoke about HBCU alums going into the NFL and the work that they're doing behind the scenes. And they had very high praise for both of you. So I just wanted to, if you hadn't caught the show, because I know you're preparing for this, just wanted to make you aware of that you're being seen and being recognized and appreciated by those who see you on the next level.
And Jeremy, on behalf of Rattler Nation, we appreciate you, man. I just want to say thank you for the way you represented over these 2 seasons. Personally, from day one, when I saw you spin it, I was telling people on the sideline, it's like, yo, that's the dude. I don't know when Coach Simmons will name it, but that's the guy. And so thank you. And I know, by 3:45, 4 o'clock, the streets are going to be orange and green, and it's going to be great. So congratulations, and have fun tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Coach, thank you, man. It's been a great journey. We look forward to finishing it off tomorrow. You guys get some sleep and sleep well, man.
Don't know if we'll get much of that. But also, of course, got to give a huge shout-out to our fellow friend. You talk about the running game. It reminds me every time, my good friend Kofi.
Oh, man.
We had to run that ball with Kofi Hemingway, man. So every time we hand it off and we get those big, long runs, I can still hear Kofi, saying that's what happens when you run the ball. And so, yeah, man, we definitely want to do that. And I know he's looking down on us. And I just, again, I know just like you guys, wish he was here to see this moment. But we know he's here with us in spirit.
Hey, you got an angel on the field. You got a 12th man with you, Coach. So he'll be there with you guys. So enjoy the experience. Congratulations. We appreciate you, and we'll see you guys on the field tomorrow. We'll be back after this. You're watching the ONG Strike Zone right here live at the Cricket Celebration Bowl Radio Row.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Nope.
Come on, him?
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper.
Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplified Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplified Development Services.
The Cavil Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cavil.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and instagram.com/empowermentjax.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with your little ones. HBCU Pride and Joy Children's Boutique helps you share your school spirit with a wide selection of adorable kids' apparel and accessories officially licensed from your favorite HBCU. Visit hbcupridejoy.com and follow us on all social media at HBCU Pride Joy on Facebook and Twitter.
This is the Dean of the College of HBCU Sports, Kenyatta Cavil of Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Come mix it up in the lab where the course lecture is in session every Tuesday from 6 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time on Facebook Live, YouTube Spreaker, or the BCSN app, as we discuss all things about the HBCU sports culture, including exploring the week that was in the sporting HBCU diaspora, as well as the upcoming week of HBCU sports. With me, the Dean, the College of HBCU Sports, on Dr. Cavil's Inside the HBCU Sports Lab with Mike Washington and Charles Bishop. Course lecture dismissed.
From novice to aficionado, find yourself here. High quality cigars plus personal customer service. Slow Burn is Waco's only mobile cigar lounge, featuring a meticulous, curated collection of premium cigars. Visit our website, www.slowburnwaco.com. That's www.slowburnwaco.com.
When it comes to professional learning, teachers deserve better. From the leader in online learning, Stride brings you the Stride Professional Development Center, an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that gives teachers choice and flexibility, allowing them to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. It's time you take charge of your learning. Visit us today to get started.
This is Brian Fulford. AD Drew and I are co-hosts of the BCSN Sports Wrap. We talk about all things related to HBCU athletics. From the games, teams, coaches, and fan interest stories, we cover it all. You can find our shows on Facebook at BCSN Sports Wrap, YouTube at MyJBN Online, and everywhere you listen to podcasts like Anchor, Spotify, Google, and Apple Podcasts. You can also find the show on the Jericho Broadcast Network's app. Make sure to download. We look forward to you joining the conversation and being a part of the show.
T. Madden and Associates is a sophisticated and experienced law firm located in your neighborhood. We're turning injury to cash.
T. Madden and Associates obtained almost $2 million for my injury. They turned my injury to cash.
Now, we can't guarantee how much your injury is worth, but we've recovered millions for our clients.
Call T. Madden and Associates at 833-PAID-123. That's 833-PAID-123.
For 200 years, Montgomery, Alabama has been making history by people who had the courage to stand up for change. Today, this riverfront city has been reborn, embracing the past and looking forward to the future. From the National Memorial for Peace and Justice to the stage of the Alabama Shakespeare Festival, this is where history was and is made. We are proud to call Montgomery home, and together, we can be the change.
If you think all pads are exactly the same, think again. This is Always Ultra Thins reinvented with the Always...
And we're back on the ONG Strike Zone, live from Radio Row here at the Cricket Celebration Bowl.
Yes. And with us we have running back Terrell Jennings and defensive back Javen Morgan. Gentlemen, thank you for coming with us on short notice, and I know that you have to proceed to other things today. So thank you for your time.
Thank y'all for having us. Thank you for having us.
I'm going to start off with Terrell. Was in the press box for the last game, SWAC championship game, and you moved to, I believe, number 15 on the all-time list at FAMU as far as rushing, and you did it on a touchdown run. Obviously, during the game, you're not thinking about things like that. You just playing in the moment, trying to do what you got to do to help your team win. But having a couple seconds to reflect back on that, what does that mean for you to be ranked in the top 20 at Florida A&M, who has so much football history as far as the top running backs?
Honestly, I just say it's a blessing, and I tip my hat off to my linemen and my receivers, because without them, I wouldn't have been able to do anything I've been doing this year. So I tip my hat off to those guys, and of course, my ability helped me get me this way. But if it's not a team effort, I wouldn't have been able to do anything I've done this far. So I think it's a real good feeling for me to be up there with those greats and a lot of players that's been here, because it is a rich history. Even Bob Hayes from my home city played running back here, you feel me? So that's a great feeling.
Yeah. Last question for you before I turn it over to Marcus. Last couple of games, you have pretty much been the MVP, 2 games in a row. Obviously, SWAC championship game, and going back to the Florida Classic. So, can we get 3 in a row out of you, my brother?
Shoot, if it's God playing, that's what it is. And my line, they gonna pay the way. So if it's God's playing, hey, it should happen.
All right. And Javen, this question is for you. What were your emotions in capturing a SWAC football championship in your hometown?
Just excitement, like glad that we did it. Those were all my emotions.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And just even, the dark clouds came figuratively and literally. You're still able to pull it through.
Yes, sir.
So it's good. And a lot of your classmates, I believe, are also from Tallahassee area, and some of the folks that came back, just being able to capture that at Ken Raleigh Field at Bragg Memorial Stadium, just bringing that feeling to the people. And we expect same thing in Tallahassee North here tomorrow in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Sir. Yes, sir.
So looking forward to explosive and a wonderful victory tomorrow. We once again want to be respectful of your time, and we thank you, gentlemen, for sharing with us, and know that Rattler Nation is behind you 110%.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Any shout-outs y'all want to get before y'all get out of here?
Shout out to the team, man. Well, shout out to the guys. You feel me? Shout out to the guys and our coaches. we wouldn't have been able to do anything without each other. So shout out to our guys.
Team
man.
effort. Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right.
And with that, we'll be right back on the ONG Strike Zone. Marcus Green, AD Drew, and the future champions, the future Celebration Bowl champions. We'll be right back.
Triple protection system. This pad wicks gushes 90% faster, absorbs even more so you can feel dry, and locks odors in. Rethink your pad for up to 100% leak-free and odor-free comfort with the totally reinvented Always Ultra Thins. This is always like never before.
As technology continues to bring changes to the world of education, it's time we also reimagine teacher professional development. Gone are the days of one-size-fits-all learning that can only be accessed at a specific time and place. The Stride PD Center is an on-demand library of mobile-friendly courses that allow educators to learn anytime and anywhere. Our dynamic courses provide bite-sized learning and help educators advance their knowledge while also gaining professional development hours. The best professional development plans are those that include a level of flexibility and choice for educators. Whether you're a teacher, school, or district, visit us today to take charge of your learning.
Thank you guys for what you do for HBCU athletics. This is a fantastic avenue for all of us. This is our ESPN, so we love what you guys do. Brian, AD, Roy, all you guys at BCSN. We really appreciate what it is that you guys do for us.
Nope.
Come on, him?
Ooh, I like him.
Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up messes quicker, and each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less.
He's an 8.
He's a 9.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
At CDW, we get speed as the new currency.
Welcome back to the ONG Strike Zone takeover of the BCSN Game Time show live from the Omni Hotel, Radio Row. Cavil Rozier, Coach Brian Smith, Coach Joseph Henry. They call him Smitty Rock. What's your nickname, Coach Henry?
Coach Hen.
Coach Hen. Smitty Rock and Hen, man. You know something? It may be some people who want some the other kind of hen after
like
the
a
game
big
tomorrow.
drink.
Hopefully it's a celebration drink, not the other way around. But and we know you guys don't have a whole lot of time, so we're gonna get right into it. First of all, just kind of tell us how it's been for you guys since you've been here. I know it's kind of been a whirlwind. Everything is spinning. Have you really had an opportunity to enjoy this experience, or right now is it just getting ready for the next game?
For me personally, it's just getting ready for the next game. And I think when everything's done and said and done with, then you can sit back and enjoy and think about what you've done. But right now we have a mission that we want to get to, and we're almost there. We haven't gotten there yet.
See, this is coming from a guy who's won a national championship. I'm a little different, right? Obviously, there's the business part of the game, and we got to make sure that our guys are ready to go. That's number one priority. Let's keep the main thing. I've tried, and I'm really bad at this. I'm a one-track mind, all right? So I've tried to sit back a little bit and just observe the guys and watch them, take in the sights. And, I'm really impressed with the way that the bowl is run, the way that they treat the guys, the activities that we have. So I've tried to – that's typically what I do. I've tried to kind of sit back and just observe the guys and watch them take in this whole experience. They've worked really hard for it.
So I'm interested for you all's perspective of the season and the growth of your respective teams, right? So we started off the season, high expectations. You know, it was pretty much Celebration Bowl or bust. Finished with the number one defense, number one offense, defensive player of the year, offensive player of the year. As coordinators, you all had great seasons. The run game over the last 5-6 games.
Amen. Say that one more time.
The run game over the last 5 or 6 games has jumped up 30 or 40 yards per game. So just kind of talk about from the beginning of the season until now to get to this point. And Coach Henry, we'll start with you.
I'm really proud of our offense on the way that they've handled all the adversity that's come our way. Some things we can control, some things we can't control. You know, it's come at us in all different ways, shapes, and forms. It's really inspirational for me to just, in hindsight, be able to reflect and look back on everything that they've done and everything that they've overcome. They've done a great job of playing as one. There are times that we've done better. Obviously, there's times that we've, fallen short of the mark. But just we've consistently, you referenced the run game, like we've just tried to consistently build throughout the whole course of the year. I think the team that you see show up tomorrow on offense is going to be a team that has grown and learned from previous mistakes. We try to be really intentional about teaching these guys, hey, that's not what it's supposed to look like. This is how it's supposed to go. So we have accumulated a lot of mistakes over the course of this season, and we've fixed a lot of those. So really proud of the way that these guys have persevered, proud of the way that they've worked through adversity. I'm excited to see what they put on the field tomorrow.
Okay. What about you, Coach Smith?
And to back him up on that, the better they are, the better we are. And nobody's a bigger fan of our offense than our defense. Yeah. And I think that's what makes this team special. They do feed off each other. Yeah. Now, you might not always think that Tuesday mornings and Wednesday mornings when we go against each other, but we're all firm believers in iron sharpens iron, and the fact that you've got Cardell Thomas going against General Hunt every day, that can only help them get better, right? So I think that's the way they compete against each other but stay on the same team has been huge for our team. I think for us, no defense is ever the same, right? Last year's defense is not this year's defense. This year's is not going to be next year's. But I think as the season goes along, you learn, what guys are good at what. Yeah. And you put them in those situations because that's our job as coaches, put them in situations to be successful. And I think probably one of the most impressive things that you see from our guys is how they understand what we want them to do, how they play plays off of each other. With the pick that Javen Morgan got the other day, those 3 guys figured that out on their own. I mean, not that they weren't coached, right? They were coached to do it.
Film
but
and
they
everything
were like,
else.
hey, you do this, I'm doing that, and boom, next thing you know, you got a pick.
Yeah.
Well, they were able to do that because they do know, like Coach Colsey and Coach Morgan, they've coached those guys up to, hey, we can do this, that, or the other, and bam, next thing you know, you got a pick out of it. And I think for me, just seeing how they understand exactly what it is that you want them to do, that's when you get really good at defense and offense and all the above.
All right. Obviously, you guys are 2 different coordinators now. I guess I don't know if this is a good, bad thing of playing in a game this late in the season, but I guess are you behind on the recruiting trail? Because obviously, while the ones who did not have the opportunity to play in this game are out there trying to get the next class of players, be it out of the portal or from high school or from junior college. You guys have been preparing not only for the SWAC championship game, but now the Celebration Bowl. So how does that put you behind schedule as far as what you need to, because we don't want this to be a one-off. We want to make sure that this is something that's sustainable where FAMU is playing in Atlanta the 3rd weekend in December every year.
Well, I think it helps with recruiting, right? Like what kid would not want to be playing on ABC come Saturday? Yeah. Now it's recruiting something that never stops, Coach Henry's got a spreadsheet with about 7,000 names of offensive linemen. When I go in there, he's going through them, right? But the recruiting never stops. It just doesn't. And it only helps your recruiting. Why? Because we're playing on ABC on Sunday. So all these guys that we're talking to and we're recruiting, they're going to see live and in color us. They're going to see our fan base. Like, our fan base is phenomenal. And those are only going to help us in recruiting.
Yeah, so you took the words right out of my mouth, and you know, being able to play in mid-December on ABC at noon, you know, that's the brand, right? The brand is going to get your foot in the door, and then you start building relationships, and that's where you seal the deal. Once we get them on campus, and you get to know all the, you know, the coaches that are, you get to see all the support that'll be surrounded, you'll be surrounded by once you get here. You know, to me, the initial foot in the door is the brand, and so, you know, playing for a national championship, you know, playing in a bowl game, like those things all help sell itself. And then we got to, the part that never sleeps, the part that we got to make sure we do our due diligence on is we got to make sure that we are building those relationships with the young men.
And a lot of times what people don't, recruiting is not always getting what you can get, but it's getting the right guy. And I think if you watch our teams play, like, you see guys that just love playing football. Yeah. And they love playing together. And that's the kind of guys that we want. We want guys that love to play football. Like, when you watch Isaiah Major play, is there any doubt in your mind that he loves playing football?
Absolutely not.
And that's the kind of guys because you get those guys, this thing becomes fun then, you know, and that's the guys we're looking for.
And those guys reflect a lot of what you are as leaders and coordinators, right? As we've talked to those guys over the years and even today, I mean, a lot of things that you all are emphasizing, that's how they talk. They talk about the love of the game and working together. And they don't talk about themselves, right? They talk about the whole family and so forth. So,
and if you don't love football, you're going to have a hard time with team run at 6:30 in the morning.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
You're going to have a hard time with whatever sport you play at this level if you don't love it. And I you know, when I was coaching high school, I used to tell them, Daddy, look, you may like it, but when you get to that next level and you got lifting at 6 o'clock in the morning, you got practice at 6 o'clock in the morning, you're going to find out whether you love it or not.
Yeah,
so.
and I think there's a lot there's some guys that love football, then there's some guys that love what football can give them, right? And the guys that love football, man, I love those guys. Those are the guys I'll coach every day of the week.
Yeah. Go ahead, Cavil.
Well, I just want to give you an opportunity this year. Talk about a couple of plays or a game or something in which you saw growth that you really enjoyed that just sticks out for you. It could be your unit or another unit, but on the team, you know, we've had a lot of success this year, and I just want to know, you know, moments that maybe stood out for you all.
I'll go first. I think a wake-up moment for us, you know, we had talked about how talented of a team we are. We had talked about, I mean, we've got some talented players. We got good players, and that's a testament to the recruiting. It never sleeps, right? We got to make sure we got the right guys that fit what we ask them to do. It's a testament to all that. I think the wake-up moment for us on offense was we played South Florida to a 14-point loss, and these guys played their tails off, and we had 5 turnovers.
Yeah.
You know, imagine, guys, what would happen. You know, we were going in on a 2-minute drive at the end of the first half that would have tied it up. You know, we opened the second half with a turnover. Like, if we just possess those balls and punt it away, or if we convert that, you know, ball on the 4-yard line to a touchdown, like, it's a completely different ball game. And that's a good USF team, a lot better than the team that was last year. Like, they're bowl eligible.
Yeah.
So for us to go, you know, toe to toe, it wasn't an issue of effort.
Yeah.
It wasn't an issue of scheme. It's just we were careless with the football. So to me, that was a big growth opportunity for our guys because it put, you know, it on display right in front of their faces. I mean, it was a televised game that this is what happens when you don't do this, or this is what happens as a result of carelessness. So, you know, that was, from that point, it kind of scared us straight, so to speak. You know, everybody was like, all right, guess they were telling the truth. We got to start doing this. And you could see our unit pivot.
Yeah.
You could see them start to shift, and you could see that trajectory start to happen from that point. So maybe not a rainbow and butterflies happy answer, but to me that was a big transformation for our offense.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to have 2. The first one was, and I'm not sure what game it was, but the offense, I think we played 9 plays in the third quarter. I love those. Like I said, tell them what plays to call, right? But
Hand it off again.
But But no, seriously, probably my favorite moment was when we were playing Alabama State. You know, we'd given up one touchdown, and then another one, the ball bounced off a couple of people's hands, and they catch it and score. And, you know, game's on the line. We're battling back and forth. We just had a goal line stand, right, or down in the red zone. And they missed a field goal, and they come back, and then they throw the pick six to Isaiah Major. And, you know, he saw my highlight film. That's how he knew how to get that thing in there. But just that was, to me, like our guys never flinched in any of that. It was, they'll tell me all the time, Coach, relax, we got you, you know. And for them to have that much confidence in themselves and talk things out, you know, that's pretty, to me, that's what coaching is. It's giving guys the tools. All right, y'all are the ones playing. It's not us. Now we've got you in position to make plays, and they just know it. You know, they've been playing together, and they study, and they know what to do.
That was one of my favorite ones, too, and that stiff arm that he did, man, was awesome.
That was. Kind of our version of that offensively would be the Southern game. You know, we were down, and we had to have a come-from-behind drive at the end of the game. You know, there was a media timeout. Red Hat comes on the field. We huddled up as an offense. You know, coaches are on the headset, and we're talking about, hey, this is what we need to do. Wasn't a 2-minute drive, but we needed to have some urgency. I started to step in the middle of the hole and kind of give them like a, hey, let's go. They didn't need it. You could look them in the eyes, and there was this sense of calm in the storm, just this kind of quiet confidence, so to speak. Nobody was, you know, beating their chest. Nobody. So I was like, you know what? They've got this. And sure enough, we marched down the field. We converted with a touchdown. These guys sealed the deal. And so that was another opportunity for us where, as coaches, you know, we ask a lot of them. We try to teach them, hey, in this situation, this is what you do. And so it was awesome just to see the whole unit huddled up there. It was almost a foregone conclusion. It's on us. We got you, Coach. So that was another cool, I guess, kind of pivotal moment for us this season.
Absolutely.
Yeah. See, I'm not going to ask you anything about tomorrow's game for you to predict anything or forecast anything, because I don't want to give no information to Howard that they can go back and either make bulletin board material or, oh, he said this, we need to key in on this play or this, or he's going to key in on this. So I'm not even going to ask you about the game. But I'm still Cavil's question that we was talking about before we came on the air. Let's talk about the schedule. This is the earliest kick that FAMU has had this year and probably in 2 years if I want to go back and think about last year's schedule. So obviously we know there's a pregame routine you go through. So how do you adjust for not only for in the morning but tonight? Does that affect tonight also with your normal Friday night routine?
You know, one thing I would say about our guys, like, we face adversity all the time. You know, and they tend to bounce. Kids are a lot more resilient than us adults. You know, I think when they pull up into the Mercedes Benz, I don't think you're gonna have to worry about them being ready. I think they'll be ready to play. I think we're gonna have more of an issue of keeping them relaxed than building them up, right? Yeah. So I don't see that being a big deal for us.
Personally, I'm a fan of the early kickoffs. You know, when you kick off at 7 o'clock, I mean, you can't keep them occupied all day. So there's a bunch of sitting around and waiting, and you just kind of start to get antsy. So I'm a fan of kicking off at noon. You know, it's a primetime television slot. You know, you're going to have, the eyes of America on you. You know, they've worked so hard to be in this position. You know, what better opportunity for them? So we'll wake up, we'll go pregame meal, a couple quick walkthroughs, get dressed, let's roll.
And then, of course, for us as media and fans, that means we can party all night long, starting at about 4 o'clock.
Well, listen, the season's over at that point, so we'll be with you.
Oh, yeah. I guarantee you.
Long nap.
I guarantee you when you guys win it tomorrow, you won't have to buy any food, any drinks, anything for the next whatever, both in Tallahassee North and original Tallahassee.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Yeah, that's right.
I got you, Coach. I got my part.
That's Coach. Hey. Here's on me. You're going to get a whole bunch of those tomorrow, man.
No, and I will say one thing great about here is our fan base.
Yeah, they're awesome.
When we first got here, the change from where we were to where we are, we would not be here without that support, right? I mean, from nutrition to everything else. I mean, they've been with us every step of the way.
Yeah.
Definitely. We appreciate that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I got one last question. I'm going to give it to Kelvin, then we're going to close this thing out. Do you guys feel the weight of the SWAC on you guys' back? You know, the record is what it is, SWAC versus BAC. Do you feel like you owe it to the SWAC to win, or is it just we owe it to FAMU, we owe it to our family, and the SWAC will just happen to be the benefactor when we win this game?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's the right thing to say, but I just feel like I owe it to my kids.
That's fair.
Like,
more than anybody else.
I'm not trying to be
whatever,
but
you're not trying to be politically correct.
The guys in that locker room.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it's all about. You know, from starting in early January this year, when this team was still in its formative stages, and you know, we go through. Those are the guys that have bled, literally sweated, cried. You know, they're the ones that made this happen. They're the ones that it's all for. You know, I think that we represent. Obviously, the brand FAMU is, you know, we represent. That's what everybody agreed on when we came here. You know, whether it's a coach, whether it's a player, you know, we're all in it together. You know, I think, as you know, you mentioned as a benefactor, I think, you know, the SWAC will, you know, obviously we're the representative of the SWAC. You know, I think they benefit from, you know, the success that we will have. So, but it all boils down to this for those players.
Last question, Kelvin.
No question. Just I want to thank you guys for coming to FAMU, for what you've contributed, the way your kids represent the program, how you all put a quality product on the field that we can be proud of, that's successful, that's winning, and winning in all the right ways. Your answer you just gave, it was a great answer. It was the right answer. It's about the kids, right?
That's right. That's right. That's why we do what we do.
So you are awesome guys, and I just want to say thank you.
And we thank you guys. Like, I love coming on this show.
I do too. I tell y'all every time. Whenever you want to have me back, I'm here. And
even though y'all hadn't invited me for that campfire and lemonade sitting around the campfire.
It's coming.
Yeah, I'm holding to it. And I better not. It's coming. We win this game, I better not have to pay either. They just
we got you.
For the month of December, right?
We got you.
We got a couple more weeks.
But no,
any last comment, fellas? Any last comment, Coach Henry?
Go Rattlers.
I just thank all you guys. I thank the FAMU Nation, the way y'all support us, and you know, the players, and then the coaches that are right there in the trenches trying to keep my butt out of trouble. Right, I can get in a lot of trouble real quick sometimes if it weren't for Coach Colsey, Coach Patterson, Coach Demo, all those guys. I promise you, I'd be in trouble a whole lot more than I'm not. So I just want to thank all those guys. Of course, my wife.
Absolutely.
There you go.
And we're representatives of our sides of the football. You know, the amount of work, the amount of effort, the amount of sweat equity that our staffs, that our players, our support staff, our families have sacrificed and put into that is, again, you find yourself in this position. You kind of, you know, you look back and you reflect, and you know, it's humbling to see everything pulled together, the resources, the support, the players, the family, their families. You know, it takes a village. It truly does. And anything that is done at a high level, anything great, is going to take. There's going to be difficulties. There's going to be turmoil. There's going to be stresses. You know, and that's all encompassing. That's what we signed up for. But the way that Rattler Nation rallies around these players, the way that they support them, the way they love on them, the way they hold them in high regard, the way they brag about them.
Right.
It is, you know.
We write some checks for y'all.
It's humbling.
A lot of them we got to cash.
That's right.
But y'all cashing them.
Cash out. You keep writing them.
Cash out.
Just grateful to be in this position.
All right. Well, the Rattlers get ready to strike again, beginning at 12 noon on your local ABC station. So thank you guys,
Coach.
once again.
Thank you.
Kelvin Rozier, Coach Smith, Coach Henry, and we'll be right back here on the BCSN Game Time, the ONG Strike Zone Takeover.
of success.
Our team spends way too much time tending to outdated applications and software when they should be focused on driving application agility and innovation.
CDW Amplify Development Services modernizes software and application development to help accelerate innovation and digital transformation.
So you mean building new applications, UI, and mobile interfaces?
Well, you said you needed to innovate more quickly.
Oh, so he's a listener.
To do more at scale, trust CDW Amplify Development Services.
The Cavil Group is a Florida-based marketing and training consulting firm. We help businesses communicate to their target audience and engage them in conversation. We also help to expand their audiences, which will ultimately result in growth for those organizations. In addition to being a certified constant contact specialist, my colleagues and I are also certified in John Maxwell Leadership Principles. We use these proven principles to conduct workshops, training, and private coaching sessions for individuals and companies looking to take things to the next level. Contact us to schedule a free consultation. Issues today, don't delay, call Cavil.
Since 2002, Empowerment Resources, Inc., a nonprofit organization, has empowered more than 1,500 youth and adults in Duval and surrounding counties through its programs Journey into Womanhood, Girls Mentoring, Life Skills for Teens, and Parenting Education Coaching. To get involved with programs, volunteer, or donate, visit www.empowermentresourcesinc.org. Follow us on social media, facebook.com/empowerment.resources and Instagram.com/empowermentJAX.
It's never too early to plant the seed, to share the tradition, and instill a sense of pride in your HBCU with you.
All right, welcome back to ONG Strike Zone. Brian and Marcus here on Celebration Bowl Radio Row. Now joining us, Special Teams Coordinator, Coach Doc Campbell. Coach, how are we doing tonight or today?
I'm good. We're good. It's been a long one. It's been a long few days, but feels good that the game's getting closer and we're ready to go tomorrow.
What has this experience been like? From your perspective of having to go against FAMU to now you're joining and you join this program and you're seeing it from the other side. What are some things that you have seen and picked up on and was like, okay, now I see how they did that, or just in general, what has this year been like for you?
Well, let me go back if we don't mind.
Okay, please.
After the COVID, when Celebration Bowl was back, Jackson State played South Carolina State.
Yeah.
And Willie and I, Coach Simmons and I call him Willie, because we assistant coaches together. We set up top in one of the booths.
Okay.
Met him upstairs, and we stopped watching the game as fans and started watching it as coaches.
Okay.
And then I had my wife with me at the time, and I reached over to her. I said, we're going to be at this game.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know, and I was in the other side of the conference. He was on one side. I don't know how it was going to happen, but so we're here. We're here today.
Okay. Speaking into existence. Right.
I just told him that earlier this week about it. But what I have gotten, we got a great group of guys. We have a hard-working team. I didn't know. Sometimes you think you got a team full of great athletes that they don't work as hard as they really do. So that's been eye-opening to me. They want to get coached, and they want to get coached hard. They play hard, but it comes with our leadership. Isaiah Major, and we had Terrell in here, and Jeremy as well. Those guys have made it a joy to be here. So I like to tell little stories here and there, but at my last spot, I didn't finish out the year, so I didn't get the chance to see last year's FAMU team in person. And then I was like, well, we would have had a chance to beat them. He said, nah, Doc, they were a little different. Those guys they looked different. They played different than everybody else we played. So kind of knew that going in. And when I got here, that's the first thing I said. I said, well, this team looks different. It's not a typical SWAC-looking football team, and then our work ethic is second to none.
And now you didn't get a chance, and if I'm not mistaken, you kind of came in almost right about the start of training camp.
A week before training camp.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what kind of challenges does that, in terms of your role and what you have to do in terms of preparing the special teams unit, what kind of challenges did that create in terms of you catching up?
Well,
so to speak?
you know the stand and say that if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready.
Okay.
So I was already ready. The biggest thing was Coach Simmons saying, "Hey, it's your show. You go ahead and do it. We'll follow your lead." And because he wants, he's an offensive guy, along with Joe Henry. Those guys are going to handle that, and Coach Smith is going to handle the defense along with that staff. And those guys had open arms. They were very open to it, and some of the players had to learn how we practice. That was a little, challenging at times, but then they conformed right away and saw it and adjusted fine and allowed me to implement some of the things and philosophies that I believed in, but also that was going to fit. So I was very observant as well, and then seeing what we had to work with and was able to do in training camp to see what's going to fit each kid that we had to work with. So been able to do that, and then been able to come up with really good game plans each week. So, but that's a testament to a little bit of everybody involved in our organization.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Coach, I actually have two questions that are kind of related, but
yeah,
maybe a little bit different. The first one, share a little bit about your past experiences at other locations, how those experiences culminated into what we've seen during your performance here at FAMU. That's the first question. The second one, and some of this may predate your arrival, but I noticed in terms of the personnel, we'll call it personnel acquisition, don't want to sound like the NFL, but there are a lot of kickers, a lot of long snappers, and kickers who are both punters. And it seemed like there was an abundance of folks at that position. So I was just curious in terms of the strategy of why the sheer number of players that fill those roles, how that particular approach or that particular mindset, why that was in place.
Well, I've been in a bowl game before, so that's helped out with I know the rigor of what we've gone through here the last 2 weeks. So I've understanding that. But every good football team I've been a part of, championship team has always had good punters, good kickers, as well as long snappers and holders. And you try to play the best of the best with that. Nowadays you don't have one guy that could. You would love to have one guy that could punt and kick at the same time, but you want to have the guys be at the top of their game. In order to do that, sometimes the guy's just going to specialize being a punter. One guy's going to specialize being a kicker. We get, even with our snappers, we got one guy is better than the other guy at short snapping. The other guy's better than the other guy at long snapping. So you have to find ways to play your best guys, and you try to travel them. So it might take away from another guy who usually travel in order to have your best guys. Now, I didn't recruit any of them. I inherited them by getting here the week before. But Coach told me, he said, man, we got some guys. We got some guys at that position that you're going to enjoy working with. The challenge for me was finding out what everybody's strength was, and then being able to put that and being able to have a plan for those guys to be successful. We knew Trey was going to be a really good punter. The kicking battle was up in the air, but one guy could kick it a little bit further than the other guy. One guy was a little bit more accurate than the other guy on field goals. So, but we got to find a way to play both of them. And it was, what it kind of took away was that third string travel guy from, maybe a defensive back or a wide receiver. Well, he can't make it because we got to have, both kickers going. We got to have both long snappers going because we got to be sharp in every area. I always tell guys too is 4 to 5 plays a game will determine a football game.
Yeah.
You just really don't know which 4 to 5 plays it is, so you got to be on your game at all times.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
I want to go back think back on that Alabama A&M game and the success and how the special teams unit changed that game. And I felt like that was almost like a growing up. I felt like a growing up moment for the special teams. What's your and as the season progressed to that game, talk a little bit about the progression of the special teams unit and just those moments in those games. How you guys have been working towards that and just everything that went into
the philosophy of it. I studied last year's season, 2022 season, and the philosophy of it was let's play. Of course, we was gonna play good field, try to accumulate good field position, but I wanted to be pressure. I wanted to add pressure to the punter, and if we could just create an errant kick, that's going to allow us to have good field position, But so we're going to have pressures. We're going, I kind of, that's my personality. Want to get after you, staying aggressive, And sometimes some guys like to just sit back and let the punter do his thing, you know. But sometimes you get a little antsy if you know some guy's going to come after you just about every other punt. So, and that's been our philosophy going into each week. And I think that's why we got a lot of guys want to get on the units.
Okay.
Because they're having a lot of fun. I mean, it is really, if I make a change on that unit, it's almost I got to worry about somebody coming, hey, Coach, why you take my name off? You know, so which is a good thing. So we got the best of the best playing, but because they're very aggressive. And that fits our guys. We got an aggressive group of guys that are really good players as well and understand what we're doing. You know, so that allows us to apply pressure, allows us to go, you know, you can see how a block punt, excites the team. You know, kickoff return to the house excites the team. So those guys understand they want to be a part of it.
Okay. And actually, that was going to be my next question in terms of how you select, or what's the process for selecting those who will be on special teams?
Well, we started off at, you know, we wanted to have, if you were a starter on offense and defense, you had to be, besides the quarterback, involved in most of the offensive linemen, you had to be involved in one or two special teams, either first starter or backup on one or two units. And that's what I've gotten from other good places that we had really good football teams. And that philosophy is a little different from what it had been in the past. But with that, other guys have gotten better where we could take some of those one or two starters off other units and playing. Now everybody's considered a starter. You know, when the NFL guys come in, they want to ask. We want to, like with Isaiah, he's on one of the units. He's on our punt unit. When they come in, they want to know how many special teams units is he involved in. You know, that's the first thing we say. We want to get to the NFL. That's the fastest way to get there, unless you're a first or second rounder. You know, so other than that, if you're going to be a free agent or a late round draft choice, you're going to be involved in special teams unless you're a quarterback or, you know, a high-end wide receiver or something like that. But special teams, because the roster is only 53. You know, so they got to be motivated. So those guys want to ask, when they come in, that's the first thing they ask, how many units are they a part of? You know, so, and that has helped. That has helped. And when guys see Isaiah Major out there and Chaney out there on those units, those guys, other guys want to get in coaching. Let's get Chaney a rest and let me get in. Chaney's like, no, Coach, I don't want to come out. You know, I want to play. I'm going out there, and this is important to us. And but they understand it, and they understand the significance of having a good field position. You know, you got to create good field position. We call it the hidden yardage battle. You got to be able to win that to win football games.
When you look at Howard and you watch the film on them and their various special teams units, what are some key areas that you feel like we can take advantage of, or things that we have to be cautious of from a special teams perspective?
They've had several weeks off before, so you have to, you know, to me, it's not to overthink things, you know, and but that gives you a lot of time to be creative. They are well coached, and that's the first thing that stands out about them. They're solid. They won't beat themselves. You got to go beat them. As far as I'm talking about in the special teams unit now. So they're solid in that. Probably not as aggressive as we are, you know, but they're sound. They're sound, and that's what works for them. So it's going to be, you know, two contrasting styles and maybe some philosophies. But to me, it's just worrying about don't let them steal a possession, meaning running any fakes. And those are the things we've always stood on throughout the season. But when you have some time off, you know, we had 2 weeks, but they've had, you know, 4, you know, since their last game. So I don't know. I think they'll stay true to who they are, but it's enough time to throw a wrinkle in there here and there.
Marcus, you want to get a last one in there with Coach here?
Yes, a question for you in terms of, you know, we've played in NFL stadiums throughout the year, but this will be the first dome. Are there any unique challenges that come with, especially with special teams and punters or punt returner, as it relates to playing inside of a dome with the different lighting angles and other accessories and roof support structure that is inherent?
Well, I would say this jokingly, that we got all the selfie pictures out of the way today. So when we went over there. So that's first and foremost. So they won't be in awe of that. And then it helps that we already played in some NFL stadiums. But the wind, you know, the wind is not going to be a factor. So, you know, and I just want to make sure our kickers are not trying to hit the ceiling with the football, you know, and just continue doing what they've been doing all year. You know, sometimes you get in the indoor, they want to see how high they can kick the ball and then how far they can kick it without being any wind. There's no wind into it. So just for us, the challenge is going to be stay true to who you've been, be yourself, and the big hits will come, you know, the booming kicks will come as fit. you know, and let's make sure we're playing solid and, you know, fundamentally sound football.
I don't know if it was you or Kelvin. One of you guys predicted a special teams touchdown. Who was it, you or Kelvin? That was Kelvin. Okay, so Doc, that's one of our bold predictions. Somebody's on the hook. Hey,
we've been explosive. So
we have.
You know, and we kind of we always had to start working our counters. People had stopped kicking the ball away from Marcus Rowley. So we had to put in a counter return. You know, and say if they kick it over here now, here's what we have to do with that. So make sure that prediction for us was to score a touchdown, right?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
then that's good.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, Coach, we appreciate you.
Yes.
Thank you. Much success. We hope Special Teams has a great day. Like I said, I mean, we started the season with one. I'd love to end the season with one, personally. I know you would, too.
Yes, I would.
So that's what we're counting on. Appreciate Coach Doc Gamble for joining us, the DOC. Nobody does it better.
Yeah, it is.
We're gonna stay here. All right, we're going to stay here. Doc, appreciate you. Thank you, Doc. All right.
Thank you, Coach.
And here comes.
Do you need your third headset?
I don't know. No, he's going to go off mic. We're going to interview Kelvin here.
How can I help you, gentlemen?
We got Josh. Hold on. We go on. Bring him. Yeah, that's who we. Oh, see. You're going to make me mad, Josh.
Shoes. We're might have to take Josh's shoes now.
Yeah, we're
going to walk back to the hotel barefooted.
We're going to sit Josh. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. All of the you can jump in there too, Kevin. We're going to jump around here. All of the press and the media stuff that you see comes from the mind and the organization of this man, Mr. Joshua Padilla, SID of the year in the SWAC last year. Might be looking at a repeat this year. What has this? I was asking you earlier about staffing, and you were telling me we kind of keep the same staff as any other game. But what other things are challenging, exciting, new that you've kind of incorporated here as we've gone into not only just the SWAC championship game, but now here we are in this bowl game?
I would say the most challenging thing isn't even so much covering the bowl game, but it's kind of covering the bowl game while also working, making sure, because men's basketball, they have two games this weekend, so working with, the Fox teams and the Big 12 network, coordinating stuff with Coach McCollum and his media, doing his interviews with them, pregame stuff. So kind of just working that at the same time, doing the coverage for the football game, that's easy. My team and I, we've been doing it all year long. We've got a pretty good routine down, and we're pretty good at being able to turn things around quickly. So that's not that part's easy. It's kind of juggling everything.
Being in two places at one time.
Yeah, exactly.
Being in two places at one time.
Time management. I was on the phone with Coach McCollum while coordinating everyone's Radio Row interviews. So just to make sure that he was good for his call, Zoom call, and make sure to see if they're still doing shoot around on Sunday, because if not, I need to let the TV crew for the Sunday game, like, hey, Coach we're not doing shoot around, so we need to set up a Zoom call instead. So that's probably the most challenging thing, but it's definitely something I welcome, because that means we're here and we're playing in the national championship game. So.
Amen. You guys got anything for Josh here?
I guess I have a question about what the future may hold. There's been a lot of progress and innovations over the last year or so. Is 2024 holding any surprises that you can reveal?
Any surprises right now? No.
Surprises that he can say?
Yeah.
No.
Honestly, the biggest thing that we're just kind of hopeful that as the next year comes, that we're able to get a couple more people on the team, maybe a full-time graphic designer, because that would allow us to put out even more content. That's the other thing is I'm out here in the room, got to make graphics for all this at the same time. So, just working on things like that. So being able to have a graphic designer full-time can allow us to, one, be able to put out more graphics, and then also as well, it'll free me up to do some more other things as well, that might be video or photo related or anything, just so it would allow us to put out more content. So that's really the biggest thing that I'm kind of hoping for next year. And AD Sykes, she's all on board and she wants to help make sure it happens. So we're going to see kind of what happens. But as far as big things coming up, not right now.
Okay. Quick question. I didn't know if you want to put a plug. I know when you first started Rattler Plus, you were looking for vintage videos of FAMU athletics. So I don't know if you want to put a plug into Rattler Nation.
Yeah,
if you have anything.
I forgot the gentleman's name. I think you may
Leon,
have linked me up
Leon
with him.
Ward.
He actually brought a lot of videos. The only thing is it's been time. That's the biggest challenge, is finding time to and I have to get a VCR as well. But getting time and
there might be one in the Black Archives.
I think I got a VCR I think I got one in a box.
I got a VCR DVD in a box.
I do.
That I was
too.
supposed to drop off to Josh. As a matter of fact, you just reminded me.
Put that on you.
So finding the time to do that, because he had a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of tapes he brought by, and I still have it in my office with the list, the whole games. There might have been like 50 games that was not just football, but men's basketball, women's basketball, and there was some other stuff in there too. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's just finding the time to turn those into digital to upload.
Intern project, that I saw you put that announcement out there looking for interns.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Intern project for somebody.
Yeah, no, definitely a good intern project.
You got anything?
Yeah, I was going to ask about the Rattler Plus also, and just the production side of it. I know you small team and you kind of doing a little bit of everything right now, so you can't put maximum effort into it. I was just wondering, is there an opportunity for you all, the university, to maybe partner with a company that can do some production and content and so forth? Have you thought about that? Has that been discussed? I know budget is always, like as you indicated, a situation, but just kind of talk about it.
Yeah, so currently Jeff Walker does all the games for us, and he's awesome. He's great. He helps out with a lot of things. And truthfully, in the ideal perfect world, so previously at Middle Tennessee, they were partnered with their communications department, and they did all the games.
Wow.
Kind of like how FSU does that as well.
Yeah.
But to my understanding, I could be wrong, but they said that there isn't really a lot of sports-specific programs that's just sports broadcasting. And so trying to work with them to kind of be able to hopefully maybe create curriculum where they're basically doing all the events. That
would be awesome.
Creating graphics packages and things of that nature. I actually talked with E.T., Edward Thomas. I know he's over FAMU 20. And we're looking to do signing day in February through them. Have them kind of produce the whole thing and create the graphics, and I'll help get them videos and such that we can air. That was something we did at Middle Tennessee when I was there. They had it air on ESPN Plus. So I would love to be able to do something like that, to have our signing day show on ESPN Plus.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be working with ET on trying to make that happen.
Okay. I'm gonna put in an early bid here. If you ever need somebody, a play-by-play team for basketball or baseball, softball, I'm gonna put me and this guy. We gladly help out.
Absolutely.
We'll come help the Rattler Sports Network out.
Yeah. I won't even break your budget.
Yeah. No. If you ever, I know Melvin Bill and does a great job, and you got other people, but hey, we're there. Just feel free to call.
Hey, the only thing it may cost you is them shoes.
And just as a quick side note, before she got away, or the interview, I did kind of hit AD Sykes up for doing a reveal for the 24 schedules. So that might be another.
Yeah, we talked about doing a schedule reveal show. So whenever that gets done, definitely we'd love to be a part of helping release that. We put in an early bid with the AD, so we try to get in early on that one. So I know it's probably not far away from being done. So
well, she might be okay with it considering y'all revealed last year, so she got to see a preview of how that
we have experience with it.
Yeah, exactly. She got to see an early preview of how that may look.
Touche. Well said. Well said. Any other info you want to get out to Rattler Nation? Any places that we need to be logged into? Obviously Rattlers Plus, the app.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to remind people to get connected with?
Yeah, I would definitely say one, follow us on social media, FAMU Athletics. And then download the app as well. Because
it's awesome.
You
awesome.
can customize it to however you want.
Yeah.
If you're only a baseball fan and you only want to follow baseball, once as the season comes up, you'll get
notifications,
updates and everything.
I love it.
So I would definitely suggest trying to download the app. It's free.
It is.
And there's no login for it or anything like that. So you don't have to worry about trying to create a username and password and remember that. So
don't need email. You don't need our email or nothing like that.
So definitely encourage downloading the app.
It is awesome. I've used it many a times to listen to games, to watch games, to stat watch.
To remind me.
Yes.
Oh man, I gotta get to the game.
Exactly. It's an all-in-one place. So we love that app. It's next level. So congrats to you and the team for putting that together. So hey man, Josh, we appreciate you, man. Congrats, everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You guys continue to have a great day. What's the rest of the day like for you and the team and staff?
Well, I know right now a couple of my team they went over, took some uniform photos with one of the players. So we'll edit that, get that out. I don't even know the combo.
Oh, see, I don't
even know the combo myself.
Here's my wish. Are we home or away?
We're the home team.
Orange helmets, green jerseys, orange pants. That's
That's kind of traditional.
We'll probably know the world will know about maybe like 2 or 3 hours.
All right. So we'll be looking out for it. We'll make sure to retweet that. So we'll see. I haven't seen the orange helmets in a minute. It's been a minute since I've seen the orange helmets. I don't know. Anyway.
I do think we're wearing white helmets.
Okay.
I think we're wearing white helmets. I don't remember what the rest was.
Okay. All right. Josh Padilla, ladies and gentlemen, SID of the year. We'll soon to be, I'm sure, 2-time. I'm speaking it into existence. So, Josh, we appreciate you coming on and talking with us.
I appreciate you all for having me.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right. We are going to stay here. I guess we're going to close it down, right?
Yeah.
We're going to close it down. Final thoughts, Kelvin, how are you, after talking to everybody, final thoughts, how are you feeling?
I enjoyed the day. All the coaches, everybody we've kind of talked to. It was great to have the AD to come on and start it off, and she was very insightful and informational, man, and we just want to make sure we're here. What I want Rattler Nation to remember, we are at a championship level.
Yes,
we're winning championships in multiple sports, right? So now is the moment for us not to just pat ourselves on the back. Now is where we got to double down and invest, right?
Amen.
We got to put the money where our mouth is. We talk a lot of trash and brag about, we brag different and we this and we that. Well, our giving has to reflect that also.
Yes, it does.
And our effort. I mean, our time. We've got to make time. We got to get more people in Lawson.
Yes.
Right? To support the basketball. That's a revenue generating sport if we show up.
Yeah.
Right? And though the records may not look like we want them right now, the quality of basketball being played and the caliber athlete is better.
1,000.
And it's going to continue to get better as long as we support.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we got to get out of the mindset, well, if they ain't winning, then what? No. These student athletes put a lot of time, these coaches, the staff, they put a lot of time into what they do. And they take great pride. And it's very competitive among, right now, with everybody winning championships, that's the standard, right?
Yeah. Everybody wants to
wants us to win. So let's let us be champions as alumni, as supporters of FAMU. Right now, we got the world watching us. You know, we're going to be on national TV tomorrow. So I know we're going to look good from noon to 4. Let's look good when we're not on TV.
Amen.
All right.
Well said. Marcus, what kind of wise words do you have for us?
I don't have anything to add to that. And you just got to strike while the iron is hot. So, not only the 5 championships we've won across different sports since being in the SWAC.
Yeah.
2 for volleyball. Well, I'm counting volleyball as 1. Volleyball, cross country, now football, tennis, and baseball.
Yeah.
And so we have other sports that we're still competing in the conference level. There's some we don't participate in. We don't have women's soccer. But there are other sports that are still ripe for the picking. So we need to strike while the iron is hot, not only for football and getting support there, revealing the schedule, taking advantage of all the PR that's coming with it. But we have PR in our other sports as well.
Oh, yeah.
So we need to magnify and multiply that to reflect Kelvin's sentiments and make sure we don't slip back, because everybody's looking and everybody's want to catch up. And you could just imagine if we had gotten that 3rd volleyball championship in a row, we would have had 6 and we would have swept the fall sports for championships.
Yeah.
Man, it's been an amazing.
They might
it's
have-
been amazing
they might have
2023.
They might have checked to see if we signed that contract with one of the, remember the erasable ink pens back in elementary school? They would have checked to see if it could erase. They might have kicked us out if we would have got volleyball this year.
I'll just conclude with, 30,000 plus Raptors are going to be inside of the stadium. Now, that's not counting those watching around the nation, those who support. Again, as I said to A.D. Sykes, $18.87. If you did nothing else tomorrow from noon to 4, find that QR code, the Rattler Athletic Fund. I know we have.
Yeah.
We've tweeted it out on our show. We posted. I may post it out again.
We need to post it.
We need 30,000 Rattlers to just donate $18.87 on Saturday, because that money going right to athletics will help do so much. You guys do the math. Do the math on how much that is. That's significant revenue going right to athletics, and that's the difference, like Kelvin just said, that we can make. One day we can celebrate, boast, we can get all the gear and all that stuff and look great, but we have to give directly to our athletic department and university. That's where we need to be championship level and maintain and grow as an athletic department. So that's my challenge to Rattler Nation tomorrow. From noon to 4, find a way to get that $18.87 donated to the Rattler Athletic Fund going right to athletics, so that we can continue to grow and do some of the things that are going to come as a result of us winning this game tomorrow.
Keep them rings. It's expensive to be a champion. It ain't cheap.
2 of them.
It ain't cheap.
We got to have 2 of them.
We got to chip in.
Got to have 2 of them.
Absolutely.
Well,
so we don't have South Carolina State talking about they got something we ain't got.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, for everybody who's been a part of this day, speaking on behalf of the Black College Sports Network, I know Dr. Cavil and Charles Bishop earlier in the day, Roy Evans,
all day,
Leah Green joined us. A familiar seed of somebody on this show. Did a great job producing and doing everything in the background. And A.D. Drew, who was here. We thank everybody for stopping by, whether it be this morning or this afternoon, and all of you who have watched today and this afternoon. We appreciate you. Please make sure to retweet, share the feeds, share the show. There may be people who are working who didn't get to see it. Feel free to clip certain parts, whether it be on YouTube or Facebook, and we appreciate you watching the BCSN Game Time presentation from Dr. Cavil's inside the HBCU Sports Lab and the O&G Strike Zone. I'm Brian Fulford for my guys, Kelvin Rozier, Marcus Green, Kofi watching us.
Long live Kofi.
Long live Kofi. We're going to get it done tomorrow.
Champions.
And we thank you, Rattler
sweat.
Nation and
We sweat.
HBCU Nation for watching us. That's it. Rattlers, have a good night. Make sure you get to the stadium early because VP Harris, Kamala Harris, will be arriving sometime. So you need to make plans to get to the stadium about an hour earlier than what you thought you was going to get there. So you make sure to get in for kickoff. You do not want to miss kickoff. Got it? Things up, Rattlers. Things up. A-Town down. We out.